non-conforming structure that encroaches into the side yard setback. And due to the nature of the project, it does have to have a setback reduction, as the roofing project will increase the nonconformity of the structure. There will be no change in the building footprint or the lot coverage of the.
Can you hold 1 second? Do we have our?
No, I streamed to YouTube, and so there was a little bit of feedback, but we closed it down. So my apologies.
Okay. Can everybody on Zoom hear okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
We're good.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Robert, please go ahead.
Not a problem. So there won't be any significant changes to the nature of the footprint of the building if this project is approved. It would just be to the shape of the structure itself. And on the final page of the staff report, there is a photo of the garage in question, and it shows it with the siding removed and with the flat roof that is currently present in place. And if this setback reduction were to be approved, then it would just simply be putting a small gabled roof on there that would bring it more into the form of the house that is the primary structure on the property.
So it's the gable then that because it overhangs that
Correct.
the couple feet, a little less than a couple feet. Okay, great. Any questions? Anyone? Any additional correspondence that I've not seen?
There was a comment there've been a couple of comments from neighbors that were included in the packet, but there has not been anything since June 15th.
Nothing since June 15th. Okay. The pertinent criteria to be considered are noted in the staff reports and listed in the criteria sheets in the meeting page of the city's website. Testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed toward those criteria and other criteria in the comprehensive plan or municipal code which the person testifying believes to apply to the decision. Failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue precludes appeal based on that issue. Prior to the conclusion of the initial evidentiary hearing, any participant may request an opportunity to present additional testimony, arguments, or evidence regarding the application. The Planning Commission shall grant such requests by continuing the public hearing or leaving the record open for any additional written testimony, arguments, or evidence. Persons who testify shall first receive recognition from the chair, state their full name and mailing address, and if appearing in a representative capacity, identify whom they represent. Is there a presentation by the applicant?
The presentation. I mean, what I'm Eric Barnes, the builder.
Your address.
I'm Eric Barnes.
Your address, mailing address.
Oh, PO Box 697 Seaside.
Perfect. Go for it. No worries.
Melissa Cadwallander asked me to improve the property by redoing the siding, and the garage was leaking, and they've had flat roofs on it. So they asked me, what can they do? And I said, well, you can put a gable roof on it. They like that. It would match the gable of the house, in the back of the house. And I did mention that it's like 3'9", and the setback is 5 feet. So it's like 15, 16 inches, reaching into the setback. But it's 1940, I think 41 house, and there's the situation with that in the past. They didn't adhere to that. So I just want to not add any footprint, but just put a roof on it that's not going to leak. That's any questions?
How, in terms of that gable coming down, there's a fence over. What would that be? That'd be the eastern property line. How close does that fence that it's, I'm assuming 6 foot height, come to the gable? Or are they?
It's probably 4 feet.
Okay.
Higher. It's a fairly tall garage.
Okay.
And overhang is only like 6 inches on the trusses, and what they have now is like 5 inches, so it's like 2 inches more, just because the way they build it up with the flat roof.
Got it. Are there any other questions? No. Are there any presentations? Are there any other presentations by proponents? Okay. Are there any presentations by opponents? Is there a staff response?
Staff recommends approval with the condition that a building permit be obtained prior to start of construction and an application for a building permit has been made.
And I would state one thing, just to clarify, that by approving this, and it's not simply for this ownership, right? It's for the life of that property. So if it is closer to that setback, I mean, it's no closer than the existing, but if you did want to limit a future second story and keep it at just the gable roof, you could say to the existing height as shown on the plans.
Oh, yeah.
Condition. I'm saying, because you are allowing that.
We're ratifying that, basically.
So that's just to clarify,
Great point.
if you wanted to add that condition, you could do that.
Does the applicant have any additional statement based on what you've heard just now?
They just wanted a gable roof over the top. They weren't asking for apartments or studio or
Okay.
anything of the sort.
Great. Okay. At this point, we will close the public hearing and move to consideration. Is there a motion to approve, deny? Want to discuss?
Motion to approve for staff recommendation.
With additional, okay, with Jeff's additional suggestion.
This guy's got it out for me. I think there's some kind of,
It's a bumblebee,
Nice.
so we don't want to kill it.
it's going right for the ear.
I wonder if we can get
Find
him
something
out.
yellow.
Oh. See if I can get him out of here. Come on.
He likes that juice. Never a dull moment.
We promise we'll let you back in.
I got it. From back up there.
Bee whisperer.
I took the other approach, man. He was going to.
That was my drink.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll
With
second.
additional language.
Okay, so motion to approve with the additional language. Do I have a second to approve?
Yes, I'll second.
Okay, we have a second. Jen, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Bates?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritz?
Yes.
Commissioner Bennett?
Yes.
Commissioner Kerr?
Yes.
Commissioner Knopf?
Yes.
Chair Newton?
Yes. I'm looking for the section where it says, can I get approval to,
That's the end of it.
that's at the end of the meeting. Okay, so we're going to move on. Okay, moving on. Another quasi judicial hearing, public hearing and consideration of P 22-01 and CU 22-02. Jamie Lerma request on behalf of Patrick Dave LLC for a 3-lot conditional use permit, 3-lot conditional use permit, 3-lot partition in the wetland overlay zone. P 22-01 and CU 22-02, Jamie Lerma, on behalf of Patrick Dave LLC, request a partition and conditional use permit for a 3-lot partition in the wetland overlay zone. The property is located at the corner of Forest Lawn Road and South Hemlock Street, tax lot 4100, map 510-330 DA, in a residential medium density R2 zone. The request will be reviewed under the Cannon Beach Municipal Code, section 17.43.040, conditional uses and activities permitted in wetlands, 17.43.045, conditional uses and activities permitted in a wetland buffer areas, and 16.040.130, subdivisions, applicable standards. Does anyone object to the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission to hear this matter at this time? Does any commission member believe he or she has a conflict of interest or a personal bias?
I don't have a personal bias, but I did write an article for Hitfish about this in February, just noting for the reading public that this issue was coming up, and if they were interested, they should get involved.
Okay, thank you. Has any commission member had any ex parte contacts or made a site visit?
Site visit.
Site visit.
Site visit.
Site visit.
May we have the staff report, please?
Yes. So Jeff Adams, the Community Development Director, and first I'd like to thank Jen for stepping in and helping with this packet and this amazing amount of material. Katie's out for these 2 weeks, I think very strategically. And so I thank her for that. And we did our best to try to get this posted. We are doing for the large projects application pages, and that way we can keep anything that comes in. We try to update that daily. We do our best to do that, and then we will put together the packet on the day of the application, and then addendums, and that's hopefully everyone received the latest of that. So let me go through summarize my staff report. I'm not going to read through my entire staff report. And we'll just summarize kind of the main topics, but I do realize that a lot of people don't have the staff report, or they haven't read the full packet. You won't be quizzed on it, that's for sure. But I do want to just hit the highlights, and then if you guys have questions, feel free to ask me questions. We also have Bill Kabizman, the land use attorney, on the Zoom call, so he can also answer any questions that I can't answer. The 1.1 acre property is zoned R2 medium residential density and includes a 29,618 square foot delineated wetland identified and delineated by Pacific Habits, Inc. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers issued a jurisdictional determination on April 15, 2021, and the Oregon Department of State Lands issued a letter of concurrence dated June 8, 2021. All of this information, I'm not going to bore you with the exhibits, staff report, and they're also posted, like I said, up on the website. On January 27, 2000, the City of Cannon Beach granted a minor partition of the subject property into 3 parcels. There is evidence in the historic record for the property indicating that at one time the owners had contemplated donating the wetlands area to the city. I looked back through those minutes, and there weren't any mention within those minutes of that meeting that information I posted. So I didn't include anything. As evidenced by the pre-application correspondence, the applicants initially contemplated a 7-lot subdivision, but ultimately applied for only a 3-lot partition. These exhibits also indicated that a donation was contemplated under the initial 7-lot subdivision, along with consideration concerning cluster development and clarification of frontages. The access to the initially contemplated 7-lot subdivisions access would have crossed the recently created wetland finger that the applicant specialist suggests is in part due to the infiltration of stormwater runoff from the city's forest lawn right-of-way and neighboring storm drain outfalls. Due to the recent growth of the wetland area on the southern end and a plat restriction which was placed on the property by an earlier decision and explained in detail below, access to the majority of the parcel's upland area would be restricted to a forest lawn approach that crossed the delineated wetland. Staff expressed concern over the proposed access and what appears to be conflicting language surrounding Cannon Beach Municipal Code 1604-310 design standards regarding lots B location that all lots shall have a 25-foot frontage on a publicly dedicated street. Not only was it debatable whether all lots had frontage on a publicly dedicated street under CVMC 1743-50 M2E states that streets shall not be located in protected wetlands or wetland buffer areas. Surrounding property is zoned R2 medium density residential to the east, south, and west, while property across Forest Lawn to the north is zoned residential motel. The neighboring property owner at 1603 Forest Lawn was notified on April 29, 2021, that their stormwater outfall would need to be rerouted to comply with the city stormwater ordinance. With the city offering to allow for connection at the time of the city's extension of the stormwater infrastructure. The city applied and was approved for a development permit, that's DP 2123, to extend the Forest Lawn stormwater outlet 130 feet to the north along the city right-of-way on November 5th, 2021. The city of Cannon Beach received an appeal of the decision on November 7, 2021. Within the 2-week appeal period, placed on the December agenda for a public hearing before the Planning Commission, only to withdraw it prior to the rescheduled January hearing. At the same time, the city began investigating other stormwater solutions that might lessen the stormwater runoff impacts to private property along Forest Lawn. The city has continued to work with both property owners to resolve the stormwater concerns, and that's some of that correspondence I included in the packet. Further, and this is under the zoning, a conditional use permit section. Comments under K site plan. While single family dwellings are an outright permitted use per CBMC 171420A, petitions are conditional use when proposed within wetlands and wetland buffer areas. And since this was a wetland lot of record, therefore it calls for a conditional use to partition this property. Further along the staff comments, the subject property contains a wetland that was originally managed, a map for the Cannon Beach local wetland inventory of September 1994, a site-specific wetland delineation, as I mentioned, has been updated that 1994 report. And there is areas of difference, which we'll talk about here in a little bit. So under 174350, the standards under conditional uses, the following standards are applicable to the uses and activities listed in 174330 through 45. And the general standards A states uses and activity in protected wetlands and in wetland buffer areas are subject to the following general standards. Development may also be subject to specific standards in subsequent subsections. So one, use and activities in protected wetlands or wetland buffer areas may be approved only after the following list of alternative actions listed from highest to lowest priority have been considered. A, avoiding the impacted altogether, not taking a certain action or have parts of that action. This would include, for example, having the use or activity occur entirely on uplands, and B, minimizing impacts by limiting the degree or magnitude of action and its implementation. This would include, for example, reducing the size of the structure or improvements so that protected wetlands or wetland buffers are not impacted. Staff comment, the application does not propose any use or activities in the protected wetlands or wetland buffers. As the partition and access and utilities only fall within the outside the delineated wetland areas. If the private driveway access easement is approved as proposed, the application will not be crossing any wetlands or buffer areas with streets, utilities, or any other uses or activities. Subsection A of the general standards asks the applicant to prioritize their activities by avoiding impacted wetlands altogether, while B would ask the applicant to minimize such activities. These are the general criteria the application will review by and which evidence must support. The applicant has altered their earlier pre-application 7-lot subdivision proposal to a point of entry off of Hemlock rather than Forest Lawn, impacting the wetland areas. Keeping all excess utilities and building envelopes to the upland areas of the partition. The 2000 partition plat that created this property holds a plat note restriction stating access to parcels 1, 2, and 3 is restricted to Forest Lawn Road only until such future time that said restriction is modified by the city of Cannon Beach. If one traces this restriction back from the 2000 partition decision to the 1987 minor partition decision, that is referenced in the minutes of the 2000 Planning Commission decision, it is evident the restriction to the future access from utilizing hemlock is based on a desire to minimize driveways onto the city's main arterial Hemlock Street, which is referred to in 1987 as a limited access highway, while retaining an uninterrupted area of vegetation and trees along the west side of Hemlock Street. Since the CBMC doesn't offer clear procedures for plat amendments, the Planning Commission has several avenues for processing the application considering the noted plat restriction. One option would be to condition any decision upon removal of the access restriction through a public hearing before the City Council, clarifying that all notice requirements are to meet subdivision requirement standards. Another option would be to deny any requested partition in violation of this plat restriction until the council has taken action to remove the restriction. Further, in the staff report, under section M of the conditional use there, streets shall not be located in protected wetland areas. Staff comments, there are no streets contemplated for this 3-lot partition. The lot 2 is to be served from the private access off of Forest Lawn, while lot 1 and 3 are served by a 15-foot shared private driveway access easement saddling the adjoining property line. Access requirements under 1790-20 require every lot shall abut a street other than an alley for at least 25 feet. Lots which were created prior to adoption of the zoning ordinance, which do not meet this provision, may be accessed via an irrevocable recorded easement of minimum 10 feet in width. Each lot has well over 25 feet of lot frontage. And the fire chief and public works have been notified of this, and we received from fire chief approval, and public works has also reviewed it and approved it. And Karen Labonte is here as well if you have questions of her. In E, in open sand areas, regardless of types of dunes, and I've also, we'll talk about the geological report and the stability of those areas. Staff comments, as identified in the Earth Engineers report, the project site soils are derived from sedimentary rock. Therefore, a site investigation and geologic hazard study is required. As previously mentioned, a geologic hazard report is included as section 3 of the Earth Engineers report. Findings are provided for CBMC 1750 development requirements for potential geologic hazard areas within this letter, which are supported by Earth Engineers report, including a literature review indicates the project site is adjacent to an active landslide area. However, during an on-site investigations, Earth Engineers did not observe any signs of recent or active landslides. Further, the project site's average slope is 6.48, not a steep slope area. As shown on the existing condition plan, there are no stream drainages within the project. As identified within the Earth Engineers report, compressible organic soils were encountered within the project site at a depth of approximately 30 to 40 feet beneath the ground surface. As previously identified, the project site's potential geologic hazards, including soils, could be mitigated through granulated, well-graded crushed rock structure fill as necessary, as well as pin pile or helical pier foundation systems for future residential dwellings. And then engineering construction methods are specified in 4 and 5 of the engineer's report. Further, under 1770, chapter 1770, tree removal protection, additional requirements, staff comment, the applicant states as identified previously within table 4, removal of 11 trees is anticipated to allow for future development within the proposed lots. As noted in the arborist report, the removal of 5, and this is referencing their arborist report, removal of 5 trees with poor health, which are also structurally unsound, is anticipated due to the hazard they pose to future development within the proposed lots. The removal of an additional 6 trees is also anticipated due to their location within the proposed lots. Where they conflict with the location of future dwellings, driveways, parking vehicle turnarounds, and utilities. Preliminary findings for CBMC 1770-30B and Q are included with this narrative, and additional documentations on these trees will be provided upon the applicant's anticipated submittal of tree removal permit to allow for the removal. The city has not received a tree removal application as part of the submittal, but the arborist report included identifies 5 trees for removal as part of the subdivision, numbered as 12, 17, 20, 35, and 37B. It appears that of these 5, only 12 and 17 would be required to be removed pursuant to the partitioning improvements. 12, which is damaging existing city infrastructure, and 17, which falls on the travel path that proposed shared access easement for lots 1 and 3. The remaining trees, 20 and 35, would be reviewed at the time of building permit for the individual lots, as would 37B, if indeed it is hazardous to lot 3. The tree plan requires a conditional approval indicating tree removal application and subsequent review by the city arborist. The city arborist is on this call, and I will let him discuss his report, which I did not have at the time I wrote my staff report. Jeff, are you on?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, thank
All
you.
right, great. Am I loud and clear or quiet and muted?
We can hear you fine. Thank you.
Hear me fine. Okay, yes, I'm Jeff Gerhardt, the city arborist. And I made a site visit back on the 13th as requested by Jeff Adams to visually inspect the trees on the site and the development that is being considered. I noticed right away that a lot of the development is getting kind of constrained to the southern portion of the lot due to the constraints of the wetland area and the roadway access concerns. On the southern portion of the lot is an iconic forest of predominantly large diameter, healthy spruce trees. Trees are a heritage to the neighborhood and are in excess of 100 years old. When I overlay the applicant's arborist report site map of the tree locations over the site plan draft for where 3 houses might go, I noticed that there's going to be extensive damage from the 3 footprints of the residences, the driveways, and all the utilities that will be required, that will be necessary to access these this partition lots. And because of this, several trees will be deemed hazardous because of now their proximity to these constructed homes. So when I add up, I approximate there will be at least probably 15 trees that are going to change forest lawn to just lawn. We're going to lose a big chunk of this forest. Under city code tree standards, under the subdivision ordinance 16.04.130 applicable standards, number 7 and number 8. Number 7, general development policy to ensure that development is designed to preserve significant site features such as trees, streams, and wetlands. I know there's been a big emphasis on protecting the wetland. I don't feel like there's been much said to protect the trees. And in number 8, the general development policy 15, the city shall regulate the removal of trees in order to preserve the city's aesthetic character. This is, of course, opinionated, and you can see where my opinion is going here. So my recommendation is to retain more of these large trees on the property as a to prioritize. So I'm suggesting consider limiting the property division to only 2 buildable lots or remain as 1 to lessen the impacts and stresses on the trees that exist. I believe it is just as important to favor tree canopy as it is the wetland areas. Less lots equals less stress on the trees, less loss of canopy. Another thing I would like to see are tree protection zones in place before conditional approval is granted. This is something that the city does when during new construction. We want to see tree protection zones that are going to show where trees will be protected from root damage during construction and site work. My last concern here with this project is the applicant's arborist has deemed several trees as hazardous, but where they stand now, there's really no target, as they're just kind of trees located in a forest. So depending on where we, place these homes, they may not be a hazard. So I know some of this stuff is conditional, but there may be more opportunities to preserve trees on this property. Thank you for listening to my concerns and comments.
Opportunity to ask him a question.
Yeah, let me finish the staff report and then we'll go to that, if that's okay with you, Clay. I'd like to just.
It's a little different format, but if that sounds reasonable, yeah, okay, fine.
All right, so I'm going to go on and continue the staff report, and then, like I said, then we'll have the staff report portion, and then we'll get into questions if you have of staff, okay? All right, so we are now at 1750 development requirements of potential geologic hazards. Oh no, I'm sorry, I'm page back. We're at conditional uses overall standards is where we're at. Before a conditional use is approved, findings will be made that the use will comply with the following standards. And a demand exists is the one little comment here. The applicant makes an argument that development will help meet the regional housing needs analysis demand for the project need and underproduction for Cannon Beach towards the North Coast current and projected need. Indeed, it could be argued that any housing is needed housing of the current crisis. However, with whether it is suitable when weighed against those not requiring conditional use approval and the desirability of other suitably zoned sites for the use might be more of the burden to consider. In other words, is there demand for residential at this location? Is the criterion under consideration? B, the use will not create excessive traffic congestion on nearby streets or overburden following public facilities, services, water, sewer, storm drainage, electrical, fire protection, and schools. Staff comment, the applicant states that the 2022 Cannon Beach Transportation System Plans analysis of the city's existing transportation system demonstrates compliance with identified Oregon Department of Transportation mobility targets. As a result, the adjacent transportation system can accommodate the proposed lot's future single-family dwellings and will not result in excessive traffic congestion or nearby streets. Proposed lots would fall within the minimum 250 feet service radius of hydrants and turnaround areas are sufficient for fire and emergency service. The other utilities, including the city's existing sanitary sewer and water systems, have sufficient capacity to meet the project site's proposed development demand. Stormwater service lines anticipated to be 4 inches in diameter will collect each future dwelling stormwater runoff, which will then be conveyed to the existing public system within Forest Lawn Road and South Hemlock Street. Downstream deficiencies in the city's public system within Forest Lawn Road and South Hemlock, stormwater conveyance system are not known to exist. Then further, the Planning Commission must make a finding that the proposed locations are suitable. The state relinquished the Highway 101 portion of Hemlock Street to the city in 1994. And this is about the access as a portion of the city street system and no longer functions as a limited access highway. The current local and federal functional classifications for Hemlock are minor arterial in the Cannon Beach Comprehensive Plan and major collector federal, state, Oregon classification. Minor arterials connect residential, shopping, employment, and recreational activities at the community level and do not require limited access. The proposed approach on Hemlock would fall approximately 280 feet south of Forest Lawn intersection and 100 feet from the next northern driveway access of 1688 Hemlock, while on the east side of Hemlock, on the same stretch, there are 4 access approaches onto Hemlock. Cannon Beach Comprehensive Plan states access to Hemlock and US 101 shall be limited. Wherever possible, traffic from development shall enter these roads from shared access points or streets rather than individual driveways. The application proposes a single driveway access point off of Forest Lawn serving Lot 2, while 1 and 3 would share an access point off of Hemlock. As the introduction of 2 more single-family dwellings on Hemlock would not likely add a significant portion, estimated to be 20 vehicle trips per day according to federal highways, to the background traffic already using Hemlock, which according to the recent TSP shows daily vehicle counts during the summer season around 4,000 vehicle trips per day. The evidence that supports access should be conditionally approved, awaiting a public hearing and decision by city council, striking the plat note restriction before final plat. And that's the staff report. Any questions?
I have a lot of questions, but I don't know when it's appropriate. Is the applicant, can I have anybody speak today?
Yeah. So these are just questions of the staff,
Okay.
staff report.
I have a question first, Jeff, about the buffer area. 5 feet, who said that?
That's by ordinance.
Is it, it's in our code?
Yeah. In the
What is the
wetlands,
code reference?
in the wetlands chapter of the code.
What is the code reference, please?
I
1743.
Yeah.
Is
Can
that,
somebody read it for me?
I don't know where it is. I happen to have the standard.
Yeah, I can find it real quick. Yeah, you have any others more?
Well, so I think before we jump too deep, and I know I have some questions also.
Yeah.
We should decide as a group, do we want to ask questions before we take testimony of our staff?
I think testimony is probably better, huh?
Or do we?
Yeah,
want to
I
start
agree with testimony first, and
Why
then
don't
we
we
can
start-
discuss.
testimony, and then we can ask questions of our staff and ask as we go along. Okay. Any other questions, concerns before we get into testimony? Okay. The pertinent criteria to be considered are noted in the staff reports and listed on criteria sheets on the meeting page of the city's website. Testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed toward those criteria or other criteria in the comprehensive plan or municipal code which the person testifying believes to apply to the decision. Failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the decision maker and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue precludes appeal based on that issue. Prior to the conclusion of the initial evidentiary hearing, any participant may request an opportunity to present additional testimony, arguments, or evidence regarding the application. The Planning Commission shall grant such requests by continuing the public hearing or leaving the record open for additional written testimony, arguments, or evidence. Persons who testify shall first receive recognition from the chair, state their full name and mailing address, and if appearing in a representative capacity, identify whom they represent. Is there a presentation tonight by the applicant?
Yes.
Please come forward. You'll state your name and mailing address. You can go right ahead after that.
My name is Jamie Lerma, and my mailing address is P.O. Box 825, Cannon Beach, Oregon. And I am the applicant representing Dave and Pat LLC. And we have our land use planners that are going to carry the bulk of this presentation, but I'm going to introduce it. Is that okay?
Jamie, just one thing. I know Matt had said earlier that he wanted to present some slides, and we didn't receive any, but we can allow Matt to share his screen if he needs to when he wants to present his portion.
You hear that, Matt?
Yeah, I heard that. Thanks.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm just going to start by introducing myself and the owners of the property, and then I'm going to turn it over to Matt and the rest of our land use planners. But as I said, my name is Jamie Lerma. I live here in Cannon Beach. I'm actually a hometown person. I went to Cannon Beach Elementary School in the 70s. I went to Broadway Middle School and Seaside High School. So go Seagulls. The owners of the property are Dave Pietka and Pat Gemma, and they both also have histories in Cannon Beach. Dave has owned residential and commercial properties for a couple of decades here. Pat Gemma's family has owned a beach house on Larch Street since 1970. And so he's been coming here, and he also owns some commercial property here as well. And I bring that up only to say that we expected, we are familiar with Cannon Beach, including attitudes here, and we expected to be held to the highest standard in our application. And I don't think everyone is here for that roof remodel. So we were anticipating this. We hope to be collaborative in this process. I did want to mention one thing. From the inception of this project, we discussed preserving wetlands and preserving trees on the site. That's one of the greatest assets of that piece of property. And we actually, we discussed donating to the city. I don't know if it ever made it to staff or not, but we did actually approach and formally try to donate the property, the north half of the property, north 60% of the property to North Coast Land Conservancy. And they refused that. And we wanted to donate it with $25,000 seed money for maintenance and preservation, trails, signage, viewing areas. They were not interested, and due to the size, being too small. So that was the idea behind the 7-lot configuration that we initially presented. There's a tax advantage to donating approved lots that you don't have if you donate lots that are not approved. And I'm not one of the owners, so I won't delve into that. But once we knew that wasn't an option for us, we decided to just go with the 3-lot partition that we submitted. So from the inception, it's always the thought has been low density, high quality homes would best fit the character of that neighborhood. And that's where we're at today. I should also say, if we're successful in this application, I will be the home builder. I live here locally. I've got 25 years experience building homes, and including infill lots in the city of Portland, which has got really rigorous tree preservation standards. So I'm pretty well versed in enacting that kind of stuff out on site, and anticipate that that's going to be part of construction. I think that's all I have to say now, and I want to turn it over to Matt Robinson, Reed Stapleton, Dowell, and Renee France, our land use attorney with Wetland White, Parks, and Alexander. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Can you all hear me okay? Am I coming through?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. So my mailing address is 720 Southwest Washington Street, Portland, Oregon. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. So just give me a second while I get this set up. All right. Can you all see that? It should just be a cover slide. It says forest lawn partition. Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just wait.
Yes, we can see it.
All right. Am I all set, or do I need to hold on for any reason?
You may go ahead.
All right. Perfect. Thank you. So first, I'd like to thank Cannon Beach planning staff and Jeff Adams for their time. As Jamie mentioned, this has been quite a while, quite a long time coming, and staff have been really great working with us as we got to this point in the project. So we really appreciate their time, and we appreciate their recommendation for approval. Glad to have gotten to this point. So as Jamie mentioned, my name is Matt Robinson. I'm a land use planner with a firm called Dowell, and we've been working with the applicant as well as Jamie for the last year or so on this project. I'm hoping this presentation will be fairly brief, so I'll give an overview of the site as well as the applicant's proposal. So I will go on to the next slide here. All right. So yeah, as mentioned, this is going to be pretty brief. I'll just give an introduction, go over the site's existing conditions, and the proposed partition and development plan that Jeff already went over with his staff report. So first, who's here? My name, Matt. I'm a land use planner. Reed Stapleton from Dowell is also here. He's a planning group manager for Dowell. We also have our legal counsel and our wetland specialists are also here to answer any questions that might come up specific to wetlands. So I'm sure most everyone here is familiar with the project site, but if not, here's where it's located. It's approximately 1 acre. It's located south of the intersection of Forest Lawn Road and Hemlock Street, just south of the Hallmark Resort, which sits across from Forest Lawn Road. So the site's currently vacant and contains trees of varying sizes and species, as well as the 29,621 square foot wetland, as Jeff mentioned. So the project site's current zoning is medium density residential, which is referred to as the R2 zone. It allows a mix of residential uses and up to 11 dwelling units per acre. Due to the presence of wetlands, the wetland and the wetland buffer areas of the site are subject to the wetland overlay zone, so it's the WO zone. Achievable density within the site is limited by the WO zone provisions, which notably require at least 1,000 square feet of upland area for building sites and driveway access and utilities within each lot to allow for a dwelling. Here's the site's existing conditions map, which shows the delineated wetland in gray and the site's mature trees. So it's important to note that not all the trees were picked up by the survey. Many of the trees that are in the center of this wetland area weren't picked up by the survey. However, all of the site's mature trees are reflected in the arborist report. So the wetland delineation was prepared by Pacific Habitat Services, which I'll just refer to them as PHS from here on. As Jeff mentioned, the wetland delineation received concurrence from the Oregon Department of State Lands, as well as the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. So the Army Corps of Engineers issued an approved jurisdictional determination, which confirmed that this wetland is not waters of the U.S. So it's not subject to federal permitting requirements. Applicable regulations for the wetlands are at the local and state level, which are being adhered to. So as mentioned, no impacts to the wetland or the wetland 5-foot buffers are proposed in this application. So we'll also touch on this a little bit later, but the partition plan has been designed to minimize impacts to natural resources. So yeah, no impacts to the wetland or its associated 5-foot buffer. And tree removal is limited to just that determined to be necessary for development of the upland areas of the site in the southern areas of the site. So the trees identified for removal in our application is preliminary, and the applicant anticipates exploring other options for tree preservation and retention beyond what's tentatively proposed as we move into refining our designs for the site. Let's see here. Sorry, 1 second. Went too far. Sorry about that. So as identified in our application packet, most of the site's trees are proposed for retention. All right, so here is the project site's proposed partition plan that was in the application packet. What you're looking at, the solid black lines here are the proposed lot lines. Tentative building sites are shown outlined in pink here, and driveways are shown in the speckled kind of shaded pattern here and here. The wetland and wetland buffer areas are also shown. So the inner line is the wetland boundary and the outer line is the 5-foot buffer. So lots been designed to comply with all applicable R2 zone development standards. That includes minimum lot size and depth, width, lot coverage, and frontage requirement. As noted, this is a partition plan. There's been a number of public comments we've received that stated this is a cluster subdivision, and we just want to provide clarification that this is not a cluster subdivision. What's being proposed is a 3-lot partition and cluster development standards, which are identified in Cannon Beach's municipal code, are not being utilized. So we're complying with all R2 development standards. The wetland overlay zone also requires that each lot has a minimum of 1,000 square feet of upland area available for building sites. On each of the 3 proposed lots has well in excess of 1,000 square feet of upland areas for building sites. So for that reason, at least one residentially dwelling unit is allowed on each lot per the city's code. As mentioned previously, no impacts to wetland or wetland buffer areas are proposed, and the applicant is happy to work with the city to record conservation easement over the wetland, which would ensure its protection in perpetuity. This would also include installing signage identifying the wetland areas that remain off limits to human activity. While this wasn't proposed as a condition with the staff report, the applicant is happy to accept a condition of approval requiring the conservation easement be recorded with final plat approval. So in order to effectively utilize the site's upland areas to the proposed lots, as Jeff mentioned, lot 1 and lot 3 are proposed to be accessed from Hemlock Street via a shared access easement that's split between the 2 lots. So that's this blue hatching area here. This is shown on the map, as I mentioned, and it's addressed through a condition of approval proposed by staff, which the applicant is supportive of, which requires the removal of the existing access restriction from the partition plat that created the site in 1999 that Jeff touched on. This would occur prior to final plat approval. So, there's two steps essentially to this process. There's tentative plat approval, which we're proposing now, and then there's final plat approval, which is what allows you to record the plat. So with the condition of approval that Jeff proposed, we would need to get that access restriction before the final plat is approved, and that's what actually creates the plan. This is only a tentative application. So this removal would occur through a city council hearing, which additionally provides more opportunities for public comment from everyone in attendance. So in addition, the applicant has also had a geotechnical investigation and geological hazard report prepared by their consulting geotechnical engineer, which was Earth Engineers. Jeff referred to that as the Earth Engineers report, and that's what I'm referring to now. So notably, the report found that the site's potential geologic hazards can be mitigated through structural fill as necessary, as well as a pin pile or helical pier foundation systems for any of the future dwellings on the site. The main conclusion of this report is that assuming the report's recommendations are followed, the site should be considered developable. So in general, the partition plan would allow the development of 3 single-family houses in the project site, resulting in a density of 3 dwelling units per acre. This is considerably less than what the maximum allowed density of the R2 zone, which is 11 dwelling units per acre. So we're quite a bit under that. So while this is only 3 dwelling units, this application helps to address housing needs identified by the Oregon Housing and Community Services Department for Cannon Beach and the North Coast region, which they identified through the regional housing needs analysis, which identified current and future housing needs in Cannon Beach and North Coast region as a whole. So now I'd like to discuss trees, because obviously I think that's one of the main concerns from the public we've noticed through public comments. So this plan shows the site's existing mature trees overlaid on the proposed partition plan. Many of the site's mature trees located within the wetland weren't surveyed. They're not shown on the survey map, as I mentioned. However, they were addressed in our arborist report. As mentioned, the wetland and the 5-foot buffer aren't impacted, and none of these trees in the interiors of the wetland will be impacted either. So as mentioned, the project arborist identified a total of 41 mature trees within the project site. As I briefly touched on earlier, the purchase plan has been designed to minimize impacts to natural resources in the project site, including trees. The wetland areas are avoided completely, including the native vegetation and trees in these areas. So through our application, we've preliminarily identified 11 trees that may need to be removed in order to construct future dwellings, vehicle parking and turnaround areas, driveways, and utility connections. Of these 11 trees, 8 are within the upland areas and 3 are within the wetlands. And all 3 of these have been designated or identified as in poor health, disease, leaning heavily, or hazard. All of which, according to the arborist signal, the health is limited for the tree. It's my understanding, additionally, that there's one tree, I believe it's up in this area, it's not shown on the survey, that was actually leaning over city stormwater infrastructure. It's my understanding that that tree has actually been removed by the city. So while our narrative identifies 11 trees for removal, it's my understanding that one of those has already been removed. So it'd be 10 total that we're preliminarily identifying for removal. So in total, over 70% of the project site's mature trees are proposed for retention. I think it's important to note that the trees identified for removal within our application, that's a preliminary list. We're very willing to investigate and explore options for additional tree preservation as house designs within each lot are refined and finalized as we move towards final plat approval and building permits. So staff have also proposed a condition of approval requiring that any tree removal applications be reviewed by the city's arborist. And obviously we're supportive of that, and we look forward to working towards that and identifying other options for retention. All right, summarize, just these are the 4 kind of main bullet points I want to make sure we get across here, and that's that no wetland impacts are proposed, and that we'll be establishing a conservation covenant over the wetland to protect them. Over 70% of the project site's trees are proposed for retention, and we're going to be looking towards additional tree preservation during the design process within each lot. The 3 housing units provided by this application can help meet identified housing needs in Cannon Beach and North Coast region, as I mentioned. And lastly, the applicant has demonstrated compliance with applicable standards and approval criteria for the proposed partition and conditional use in the wetland overlay zone. So as mentioned, we appreciate staff's recommendation of approval. We're supportive of the proposed conditions as identified in the staff report. And there's a number of us here that are happy to answer any questions on the proposal. So thanks for my time, or for your time. And that concludes my presentation. So I will stop sharing now. Thank you.
Do we have questions of the?
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead, Lisa.
I'm just curious. You said that you originally proposed giving part of the land to the North Coast Land Conservancy, but they rejected it because it was too small. Why are you not, what would you think about donating all of the wetlands where you're not building, those three lots, donating all of those for conservancy, whether for a city park or whatever, or just conserving it for city wetlands? Why did you, why isn't that a consideration here? Or what would you think about that? Since if you had your 3 buildable lots, your footprints, and the rest of all of the wetlands were donated to the city with, all the contingencies saying that they couldn't be partitioned or built on in the future, that it would be forever a protected wetland.
Yeah, sure. I can answer that, unless if anyone else on the team wants to jump in, I'll take a stab at answering that. So the code allows you to use wetland and wetland buffer areas to meet setback standards and minimum lot dimensions. So our 3 proposed lots are meeting those R2 zone dimensional standards by having the wetland and wetland buffer areas within them. We had in the past looked at donating, but recording a conservation easement over the wetlands will essentially accomplish the same thing. It means that no portion of wetland would ever be developed ever in the future. And access into those wetlands would be limited. So I think, the conservation covenant would more or less achieve the same purpose as a donation, while also, allowing the wetlands to be used to meet dimensional standards. I don't know if anyone else on the team wants to jump in. I don't know if I can really speak to the donation aspect or what the ownership's willingness to do that would be, but that's my response to that question.
Are we allowed to ask questions?
Only if you're presenting.
Yeah, I'd like an answer to that question. I
You
still
can
don't have.
ask it. You can come up later and speak, but we'll continue with questions.
Yeah,
From
so
the
is it-
planning commission.
That you just said, all I heard is that you don't feel like you want to do that. So,
I can answer that though.
okay.
I think that if the city were willing to accept the donation.
I'm sorry, this will seem repetitive. Can you give your name and?
Jamie Lerma, PO Box 825, Cannon Beach, Oregon.
Thank you.
I think that if the city were willing to accept that donation, that we would definitely be willing to make that donation. And we had actually discussed that earlier in the process, but maybe it didn't ever make it to staff. I thought we had presented it and maybe we didn't. But we definitely pursued the donation stringently with North Coast Land Conservancy, and they flat out turned us down, including the seed money.
Well, that was seven lots, not 3, number
Well,
one.
the same amount of the property though. The lots were only paper lots. They were only proposed to make the donation more beneficial to the owners. And when they turned it down, we decided to just convert it back to 3 lots and then record the conservation easement.
But your answer conflicts with that of your planner. Your planner said that you had to have that extra square footage to comply with the code.
Oh, we're doing?
Yeah, you do. So my understanding is if the lots were to be donated, the wetland would have to be in its own lot. So that's completely, that elevates this application to a subdivision because you're creating a 4th lot just for the wetlands. The code allows us to use wetland and wetland buffer areas to meet setbacks, minimum dimensions and minimum other standards of the R2 zone. So, it seems if the purpose if the intent is to preserve the wetlands, that would be achieved through a conservation covenant just as well as it would be if it was under public ownership.
Yeah. This is Charles. I'd like to add something.
Go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, can be many reasons why an organization doesn't want to accept a donation of real property. I worked on the committee at the University of Washington, and we turned down many proposed real estate donations because of environmental concerns, maintenance costs, and everything. So I kind of think that's a separate decision.
And can I say, at least from that, yes, it's the same for the city. I mean, we would have to take on the maintenance and obligation of that as well. And it was brought up in early in the discussion, and I said I had responded that, you know, usually there's two paths for that. You go before the city council asking for that, or you go to what Jamie had also said, to Conservancy and see if they want to take that on. And I think they took the Conservancy route, but the city, same thing. It would go before the city council. City council would then ask staff, Public Works especially, because they're the ones that would have to maintain all of that and upkeep that. And so it's up to the city council if they wanted to do that. But then again, like has been said by the applicant, a conservation easement, and especially a conservation easement that says no further development, just puts the onus on them to upkeep that, and we could keep that in a conservation easement that outlines the maintenance requirements or easement requirements.
Is there anything in this packet that we've been given that talks about a conservation easement?
No.
This is the first time it's been brought up.
Yeah, first time.
So I'd like to add that we, in our public comment response letter, we didn't mention it in the application packet, but we submitted a letter last Friday that Jeff was able to upload to the application's webpage, and that identifies our intent and willingness to put the wetlands in a conservation easement.
Why wasn't that presented to the planning commission?
I don't remember seeing that.
It's in our packet.
It's in
It is in our packet.
I entirely missed that. Okay, thank you for the clarification. Are there any other questions?
Yeah, I have some.
Go ahead, Mike.
So maybe Bill can answer this for me. Bill, you're on, right?
Yes, I am.
Isn't a wetland under delineation considered a water of the state?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Is a wetland that has subject of a wetland delineation and approved by the state, a water of the state?
A delineated wetlands is considered waters of the state, yes.
And the waters of the state require a 50-foot setback on wetlands. How can we get away with a 5-foot setback?
I'm not certain where the 50-foot comes from. What I know is that our code in 1743-020 has a 5-foot buffer around the edge of the wetland.
And state law requires 50 feet or the equivalent of 50 feet of protection.
You know, I can't.
There was a state letter that I think may have indicated that the state is not considering this a water of the state.
Yeah, I think that's let's look at that. That's C.
I can try to find it. Yeah, it's one of the C's.
Can we come back to that?
Yep.
I'd like to get through the testimony, unless it relates to questions you have for the applicant.
Well, you know, we're going to get disjointed here, and there's, I mean, we hear from them. I'm sure they have their geologists on, right?
Do you have?
You have your geologist on?
No, the geologist is not here. Okay, so that's.
So the presentation that the applicant has is simply what we've heard today so far. Okay, yeah, go ahead with that.
All right, so let's come back to the question on this state.
Yeah, and I can answer that. I have the letter up, and when you come back.
Let's come back to that. Okay, are there any other presentations by proponents? First of all, before we jump there, any other questions for the applicant? Anybody?
I had one quick question.
Sure.
There have been several references to the fact that this helps the housing issue. Really, we don't have a housing need for expensive homes. The need that we have is for affordable and workforce housing. But my understanding is that this is not going to be affordable housing. Am I correct?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to, sorry. Yeah, there's nothing in there that says any kind of restriction of the housing. Yeah.
Okay, so this is just standard second home housing.
That's correct, but I'd like to add that the report that the state prepared identifies housing needs beyond just affordable and market rate housing. There's also housing needs for all kinds of housing, which is in that report that's referenced in there.
But in that report, in the table for Cannon Beach says we need one home before 2040 for each of the areas of income. So Cannon Beach itself is not slated to need a particularly large amount. And as a city, we've certainly been discussing the fact that we really do need affordable workforce housing. for the people who work here. So certainly at our local level, and certainly from the table that's included in your report, Cannon Beach itself actually doesn't need much housing in
Yeah,
the
and
higher incomes.
I can address that. So there's two numbers that are addressed in that table that are taken directly from that report. The underproduction is the current need right now for housing for Cannon Beach's current population. And the projected need is the projected housing need over the planning period, which is 2020 to 2040. So the total units projected in that planning period from 2020 to 2040 is 264 units. And the underproduction, meaning the number of housing that Cannon Beach needs right now to meet its current population, is estimated to be 7 units. So there's more than one unit need over the planning period, which this
No, but one
application
unit in each of the income areas is needed right now. So really, this isn't addressing our deepest city need, to be honest.
I think
Right,
you need to
but
add to that, Mickey,
No.
that when you read that report of the state, it's clear that they're focused on low-cost housing, accessible housing.
Other questions for the applicant? Are there any other presentations by proponents?
Yeah, I just didn't know if anyone else on the applicant team, Renee, Reed, anyone else wanted to make any statements at this point.
Anyone else on the applicant team want to make statements?
Yeah, good evening. This is Renee France. I am land use counsel for the applicant. For the record, my address is 111 Southwest Columbia Street, excuse me, Portland, Oregon, 97211. I just wanted to provide a bit of background on a letter that I had submitted into the record in response to the letter from the city's arborist. I think it's important for the Planning Commission to understand that because this is an application for residential lots under state law, specifically ORS 197-307 sub 4, the sole question before the Planning Commission is whether the applicant has met the clear and objective standards of the Cannon Beach Code. Neither the Chapter 17.70 tree retention provision cited in my letter, nor the Chapter 16 subdivision standards related to trees that were cited by the arborist in his earlier testimony are clear and objective. So I addressed the Chapter 1770 provision in my letter and do apologize. There is a typo that I was consistent with where I identified the Chapter 17170. It is 1770. Nor the Chapter 1604 130 provisions, again cited by the arborist, represent general development policies from the comprehensive plan. By those very nature, those broad policies, including A8 specifically, are neither clear nor objective standards, and so they can't be applied to this application. I also note for the record that the conditional use standards are discretionary standards, again, by their nature, rather than clear and objective standards. And so while we agree with the staff report that those standards have been satisfied in this case, if the Planning Commission were to disagree, those standards, those conditional use standards, could not be applied as the basis for denial of the application. I'm happy to answer any questions. You may have questions for Mr. Kvaisman on that, and again, refer you to the letter that we provided into the record.
I have a question. There is a clear provision in the code that says wetland of record, one house. We have no obligation to partition this. All right. I mean, that's a clear standard for you.
Yet it is a partition application for a residential lots. And therefore, we believe that the statutory provision requiring the application of clear and objective standards to this decision applies.
We can go through every one of your points and we can point out where you don't comply. So let's get to the citizens and then get to the meat of this.
Are there any other presentations by the applicant or proponents? Okay. Are there any presentations by, do we have someone?
Yeah, I think John Van Staveren wanted to mention something. Go ahead, John.
Okay.
Yes, hello. My name is John Van Staveren with Pacific Habitat Services, 9450 Southwest Commerce Circle, Suite 180 in Wilsonville, 97070. I'm a senior professional wetland scientist, and I first delineated the wetlands on this property back in 1999, and then most recently in the last couple of years. And we had both delineations approved by the Oregon Department of State Lands. This most recent one was also, as it's been mentioned before, approved by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. I just want to state one thing about the buffer area. Department of State Lands, this definitely is a water of the state, but they do not require a 50-foot buffer. So there is no buffer requirement for the Department of State Lands. That is sometimes a requirement of the Department of Environmental Quality, but that is related to the erosion of any sediment getting into the wetland, so keeping that at bay. But like I said, Department of State Lands and the Corps of Engineers do not require a 50-foot buffer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions by the applicant or proponents? Okay, we will move to presentations by opponents. Please state your name and mailing address and then go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me come up here and do this. My name is Lolly Champion. I'm at 420 Elk Creek Road, number 602. And first of all, I would like to say that in listening to their presentation, and also that we would need to, if they did dedicate the property to the city, that it would need some type of maintenance. And yet in reading the engineering report, it's been here since forever, since the earth has been here. So I don't know what type of maintenance we would need if it's been sitting here so long with no maintenance and doing just fine as a wetland. So I just wanted to add that. But actually, I'm speaking for a number of people because we've all been looking at as much as we could of city ordinances, etc. So I would just like to read the following of what we've looked into, the question that's going forward. We oppose to this request because of the extensive removal of existing trees. In a number of places within the report, it says may or perhaps or may be required. So we really don't have a definitive number of trees that would be removed, that would be required to develop these lots. This extensive tree removal has been identified in the city's own report, and many of them are older and significant trees and have larger root systems. And also we found out that root systems in a wetland don't go down, they go out extensively. So really, we don't know what damage would be done to trees that are left with the root systems the way they are in wetland. Because of the public benefit these trees provide, they should be preserved, not removed. 2, we are opposed to adding a development potential in or adjacent to the wetland overlay zone. That designation is there for a reason and to protect what we can. The applicant should be allowed to build what is currently allowed in code. They should not be allowed to further erode our trees in sensitive environmental areas and wetlands to have the added benefit of increased profit the additional building lots would give them. 3, we request more clarity in zoning code to protect trees in sensitive environmental areas where appropriate and while development occurs. Environmental consideration should be part of the development review process, particularly in light of our decreasing tree canopy and dwindling wetlands, and think clearer standards would benefit the entire community. 4, we request the Planning Commission is supported in a robust evaluation to the extent possible to require compliance with criteria relating to minimizing impact of future construction now instead of deferring compliance to the time of the building permit. We really haven't seen any of the plans that they're going to be building, so we really aren't dealing with the full picture here. We request the Planning Commission to leave the record open to allow for submission of additional evidence, arguments, and testimony regarding this case file for at least 7 days following Thursday today, June 23rd. Public hearing. Please notify of any further Decisions, reports, or notices issued as public hearings in this related manner. We request asking the applicant for more detailed site plans. A more detailed site plan allowing the exact location of the proposed structures, driveways, and associated components to the relation of the wetland that would ensure that both the Planning Commission and the public could fully understand and address the potential adverse impacts of the wetlands and ensure compliance with CBMC 1604.030, or excuse me, 130, and associated DCP policies, as well as standard containment within CBMC 17.43, CBMC 17.50, CBMC 17.62, and CBMC 17.70. Neither the application materials nor the geological investigation materials contain such site map as present. We request the Planning Commission to require the applicant to address compliance with applicable standards within CBMC 17.3, 17.50, 17.62, 17.70, and C 17.80 during the current conditional review process instead of deferring these reviews to future building permits processes. The latter processes would only require administrative review and thus would neither support public transparency, allow public consideration of impacts, nor a meaningful evaluation of consistency with the criteria to protect the wetlands. We request the Planning Commission look into the criteria under CBMC 17.70 to see if it would be proper to request the commission to require replacement of any and all removed trees. So I want to thank you for allowing me to put that, and I will leave that. And also at the same time, I'm going to be leaving numerous names that have signed the petition saying, please keep this wetland intact. So I'm happy to leave that. And then I just like to make one statement jumping ahead so I don't take any more public time. I would like to stand with Mr. Neal on the TMC to say, please hold that in advance before passing it on to
TSP, you mean?
Yes, the TSP, excuse me, the TSP on to the council. We'd like to see to make sure that there's further review on that.
You don't want to hang out with us for our slumber party tonight?
Pardon me? You're all a lot of fun, but
Get it. Are there any other presentations by opponents?
We have one on Zoom if there's nobody else in the room.
I'm sorry, Rob.
We have one on Zoom.
One on Zoom. Okay. We'll come to the Zoom after we come to those who are here.
My name is Roger Negebauer. Mailing address PO Box 244 in Beach. In 1982, the neighbors of ours in Seattle convinced us that I should come down to Seaside to participate in the Seaside Beach Run. Well, the beach run nearly running through the sand dunes nearly killed me. But we did take a side trip to Cannon Beach, and I just fell in love with the city. So for 40 years, our family has been coming to Cannon Beach. The last 9 years, we've been owners of house owners in Cannon Beach. And the last 4 years, we've been full-time residents. So we are here because of the incredible beauty, natural beauty of Cannon Beach. We love the spectacular ocean, the amazing beaches, and the hills and trees that make a perfect scenario. That's why we're here, and that's why we love it here. But now we hear that the city leaders think that we're not good enough, that we need to upgrade. We need to compete with cities up and down the coast by adding shopping malls and bike paths and street signs, street lights, stoplights, and traffic circles, and more McMansions. It's real easy it's clear that you'll never get rid of the ocean. That is protected. The beaches are safe, and hopefully you're not going to level the mountains. But the trees in Cannon Beach are increasingly vulnerable. Especially speaking specifically about this wetlands in question, you have anywhere from 11 to 20 really wonderful trees in this iconic forest that are vulnerable. These trees have been reaching their fruition by growing for 60, 70, 80, and in some cases over 100 years. But in a single vote of the city council, these trees can be doomed to extinction, never to be replaced. We are just hoping that we as a city can continue to embrace our natural beauty and not fall prey to trying to compete with cities up and down the coast. Let's protect Cannon Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other presentations by opponents? Please come forward.
I can't believe we're all in here on this whole day.
Thanks for reminding us.
So, this is dedication right here.
We're going out with the lights out tonight.
My name is Mark Gibson. My address is 420 Elk Creek Road, Cannon Beach here. And we are relatively new residents here. We've been here since 2017. We are teachers. I have a little girl and we love coming to Cannon Beach, but we too have seen quite a bit of a change in the number of trees that have been taken down here just in that short period of time. And I have to say it's been kind of heartbreaking and you kind of feel a little powerless, like, oh no, not another one of these magnificent trees. And for what reason? I mean, can't we somehow figure out ways to develop at least around them or figure something out here? So when I heard about this wetland thing, I was like, oh my goodness gracious, not this all over again. So I do hope that you all reconsider. It is a wetland. I think it's a little bit of an oxymoron that you can actually protect a wetland, but at the same time develop. It just doesn't add up. So that's all I have to say. Please save our trees and thank you for your service. And I finally got to a city council meeting here. So this has been very exciting for me. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Are there any other presentations by opponents?
I'd like to read a short letter by myself, Wes Warman and Jan Siebert Warman on behalf of the Cannon Beach Friends of the Trees. We're at P.O. Box 778, Cannon Beach 97110. Dear Cannon Beach Planning Commissioners, we object to the proposed subdivision of the 1 acre forested wetlands property on Forest Lawn Road into 3 lots at this time and possibly more lots in the future. It's our understanding that the 3 currently proposed building envelopes would be located on the southernmost portion of the property where there is a little bit of upland. The large significant wetland on the rest of the property is located to the north. It appears that the developer applicant is proposing to cut down 11 trees in order to build homes on the currently proposed lots. According to our Cannon Beach City arborist, in his initial tree plan review, Forest Lawn Partition, written on June 19th, 2022, it's likely that even more than 11 trees would need to be cut down in the excavation construction process. In his assessment, he found that many of the trees are mature evergreens and that their removal would mean the loss of most of the mature evergreens on the property. The forested canopy of the Forest Lawn neighborhood would thus be greatly impacted. We urge you to deny the subdivision of this property into 3 separate lots and to limit the developer applicant to 1 house only. For the sake of the neighborhood, the integrity of the forested wetland, and the good character of our Cannon Beach community. Thank you for your consideration. And P.S. We respectfully request that this public hearing be continued, leaving the record open for submission of more evidence, arguments, and testimony having to do with this case for at least 1 week from June 23rd, 2022. We also ask to be notified of any future reports, notices, or decisions and any public hearings regarding this matter pursuant to ORS 197.763 6A and CBMC 17.88.100.6. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other presentations by opponents?
Hi, I'm Kathy Coyne, COYNE, and we have owned our home in Cannon Beach, it's on 147 East Washington Street for about 30 years. But my mailing address, you want the mailing address too? Yes.
Whatever address, we have one now, we can get another if you want.
Washington, okay. And in the presentation from the developer, I heard that it's just a vacant lot, but a wetland is not just a vacant lot. It's home to a plethora of plants and animals. And taking down what I heard approximately between 11 and 30% of the trees, I heard over and over again, there will be no impact. Taking down 30% of the trees is an impact. A wetlands is a fragile ecosystem. And I respectfully request that the committee further review this situation. At this point, I'd like development to be denied. I want to thank the committee for all the time and effort you put in on it, on protecting our city and making decisions such as this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other presentations? Yes, there are.
Susan Blarum, P.O. Box 108, Cannon Beach. I've essentially been here my whole life. So I have an investment in this place. I respectfully request that this planning commission recommend that the city council deny the 3-lot partition of tax lot 5203 DA 04100 located south of the intersection of Forest Lawn Road and South Hemlock Street. I also ask that you recommend to the council deny the conditional use permit as required by CBMC 17.43.040-45 for partitions within wetlands and wetland buffer areas. I have some questions in regard to this application. ORS 92.010 defines partitioning land to create not more than 3 parcels of land within a calendar year. Does this mean that in a subsequent year, another 3 parcels could be requested to create, or even in a following year, another 3? I would like clarification on this point. Under applicable criteria excerpted from the Cannon Beach Municipal Code, only numbers 2, 7, and 9 were determined by staff to be applicable criteria. Why is number 5 not included? This is General Development Policy 11, which has to do with, quote, site investigations by a qualified soils engineer required for the construction or development of property identified by the Soil Conservation Service as containing weak foundation soils. Site reports shall include information on bearing capacity of the soil, adequacy, and method of drainage facilities. I am not a soils engineer. But I wonder how it is possible for wetlands, even upland portions, to not have weak foundation soils. Also, number 8, General Development Policy 15, which states, and I quote, "The city shall regulate the removal of trees in order to preserve the city's aesthetic character, etc. Any building on this property will require the removal of a number of very large spruce trees, thereby altering forever the city's aesthetic character, not to mention the impact on the local homeowners." My heart hurts at the thought of losing those trees. I believe Cannon Beach has already removed way too many trees, and we can't afford to lose any more. It's a travesty how many trees have been lost just in the last year. I recognize this application is extremely complicated, lengthy, and unclear, at least to me, legally. But in the end, what it seems to me to boil down to is Cannon Beach in such desperate need of 3 more, no doubt very expensive, single-family homes that it is willing to allow this beautiful and critically important wetland to be ruined forever? Once despoiled, a wetland can never be made whole again. Wetlands are of critical ecological value, comparable to coral reefs and rainforests. They are of inestimable value to wildlife for food, shelter, and water. They may harbor threatened and endangered species. Has this wetland been surveyed for those species? It certainly should be before any possible alteration is even considered. In addition, wetlands act as carbon reservoirs, and goodness knows we need every bit of carbon possible stored with the specter of global climate change facing us this very moment, not just in the future. Wetlands reduce flood risk. They absorb and clean polluted water rather than it being directed into municipal stormwater systems. Nothing works better to clean water of pollutants and sediments than the system Mother Nature has already provided, wetlands. Wetlands are a precious resource for so many reasons. And in my humble opinion, every single one should be protected as if it were an invaluable treasure. I believe they are. Please, please, please save this beautiful piece of property from being irretrievably ruined for the sake of corporate greed. This project does not coincide with the environmental values of our town. It would be a travesty to allow this project to proceed. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Are there yes, there are. Come on down.
Robert Coyne, 147 East Washington.
Thank you.
I know some of you. You were in one of the plays I saw. You were at the Centurion. And you came out to my house and we looked at a tree with me and it was diseased. And we had to do something. I've seen your picture and you're doing some nice things.
Thank you.
So I know some of you, but we came here to Cannon Beach as teachers, administrators and professors to kind of get away from it all. And so I've been kind of low key. My master's degree is in environmental science from WSU and my doctorate is in educational leadership from Seattle U. And for 20 years, I taught a class at Seattle U in the evenings as an adjunct professor called environmental assessment. I tell you that because you've got 5 people over here who really got some great credentials. And I thought we'd kind of have to balance it a little bit, okay? But I'm trying to be humble as well because you seem like you're not going. One of the things that I did with my class, we worked a lot on projects, we did follow-up studies and things like that, is we really looked at the environmental impact statement process. And we went through and we decided where the thresholds are. For example, if there's no significant environmental impact, called a FONSI, then you go ahead and do the project, like a culvert or something like that. Now, an environmental assessment's written, you probably need to do a checklist and make sure you follow certain things. That's an environmental assessment, but the EIS, wetlands, always made it to the EIS stage. You've got to do an EIS. Talk to one of your city leaders today about the EIS process. And I've been out of the game for a while. But he said, you know, the zoning in this city, we go by what's in that zoning. And he said that next week, apparently they're even going to start with the city council to look at changing some of the zoning rules. But he says, if you get in under the wire before the zoning changes, we have to go with that. So he was telling me about some of the projects that they kind of had to go with because they were under the zoning. So my feeling is, listening to him, over the years, the EIS process, a lot of it has been given to cities. And cities make some big decisions. But he said, within a wetland area, if it is truly considered a wetland, you need to do an environmental impact statement or some kind of statement. So these are the things that I thought we should do because we have reached a threshold. Wetlands are a threshold. You know, a few years ago, I read that the United States is losing 1,000+ acres a day of wetlands. Now that would mean with the 50 states, this state is losing 20 acres a day. Now we're talking about 1 acre. But every day in Oregon, you're losing 20 acres of wetlands, which took hundreds to thousands of years to make. Now, one of the mitigations for wetlands, and I always found this absurd, but it was in the SEPA guidelines, is you put a wetland somewhere else. You make one. So if you're going to take away a 1 acre here of a wetland, you got to go somewhere else, and you got to make one. You got to dig the hole, you got to put water in there and put a few trees around there, and now you get to call it a wetland. And that's the way developers were coming in and doing this, and they probably still are. I think it's absurd and silly. Why even get rid of them? So here's some major items I would put in that EIS. Access to Hemlock. You'd said what, 4,000 cars, vehicles a day? Wow, can you imagine putting another driveway out there? You have some accidents and so forth. The boring that apparently took place to go down to see the wetland, apparently you did one on either side, but you didn't do the one in the middle yet, and you went down over 50 feet. I'd say 25 feet is about enough. If you're gonna have to put stilts or whatever in there, come on, you know, that's pretty silly. The trees, we talked about the trees. I went out there and looked. They look about the same, you know, when you have a wetland, they're a little bit shorter, but they still look beautiful. And who cares if you have a leaning tree? You don't take it down just because it's leaning. Now, the arbiters that came out, remember, I'm not talking about the fellow here that talked and I really like what he had to say, but they hired somebody to come in. They're here to make money. Take out 11 trees. Sure, $1,000 a piece. You betcha. We'll do it for you. Shorebirds, peregrine falcon. You know, we have them here on the rock. They live on the rock. They got to go for their water. Where are they going to go? If that wetland is taken out, that may have been where they go. And if that's where they go for their water, what's going to happen to them? They're probably going to leave this area. Oyster catchers. I only saw them up there north of the gap as you go up to the state park. But the other day we saw some down here. They got to go for water. Now I know the seabirds have a way to get the salt and all that kind of stuff, but the shorebirds that live around here, and there could be nesting birds there. I would suggest that if these people want to go ahead with this, that they go like a 3-month test and they hire someone to come out maybe in the morning for 3 hours and nighttime or something, or afternoon, and they do a study of all the birds that come in and out of that area. And they pay for this because we want to make sure. Wouldn't it be terrible if we lost birds on the rock, on Haystack Rock, because of that? The water drainage, I understand there's a little problem with it now. The water's going across Hemlock and flooding a little bit across the street. Can you imagine if we got rid of some of that, what would happen? I talked about mitigating, building a new wetland. I'm sorry, it seems absurd, but do it. If you're going to take away the wetland and do it somewhere else, make a wetland. The city person I talked to said that, again, whatever is designated as wetland, and he thought that it might be the interior of that property, then that is where you need to do the environmental study. But again, if you're boring on the outside, it's already 50 feet. You got problems. Let's see, what else? Oh, someone mentioned it helps the housing needs. The city person I talked to, they said about 3 or 4 years ago, they've always only had about 4 requests for new housing. And about 3 years ago, went to 27. And was it last year, what, 42 or something? 42 requests. Don't worry, we've got plenty of housing going on around here. And housing, like somebody mentioned, thank you, ma'am, for saying this. We need housing for city workers. Like the same gentleman said, I've got somebody who manages a hotel. He has to drive to Astoria every night because he can't find a place to live here, even rent full time. Okay, if you're going to do that with that property, great. Not great, don't do it. But, I would at least talk to you about it. I guess the cost of the land was what, $200 and some thousand. The reason why it was so little was because people knew it was a wetland and weren't going to build on it. And then these people came in and now they're kind of using our zoning laws against us. And I don't think that's right. But I will say this, if you've got 5 speakers, which I heard tonight, 5, I think, with the development company, they're getting paid a lot of money. So guess what? The houses they put in are going to be high level, mega priced housing. And I really think it's not worth it. Okay, so the city makes a little more in tax. Hey, someone who said earlier that by the year something or other, we're supposed to have this many houses there. No, this is Cannon Beach. We have what we want here. And we don't want all those houses here. I like the way we don't go up into the hills. I was very, very pleased during the Japanese tsunami when Cannon Beach's tsunami warning system was on the news all the time. It was national. And I just felt so good. And then you guys went up and the council voted on it and you bought more of that property up there so our watershed would be protected. I was so pleased with that. So now we're here today. Please help us, not just this wetland. I understand there's another one down on First Avenue people are looking at by Spruce. Don't do it. We have enough. This is our property. This is our land. This is us. This is why we moved here. Cannon Beach is a great, great place. And please help us protect it. I think that's all.
Please come forward.
My name is Connie Negebauer. My address is PO Box 244. I just have been thinking about how complicated this all is and what an important decision you all are going to make. And I'm going to be bold and connect it to all the things that are happening to the climate of our planet and all the things that we've lost, all the disasters that are happening everywhere. And I'm not saying that I can understand the impact of your decision on the planet, the health of the planet, but I just know that there will be. And maybe none of us will ever know what it is. And so my request is that you just take all the time you need and get all the opinions and expertise and input that you can and make your decision carefully and wisely, because it's a tough one, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other presentations by opponents? Please come forward.
I'm Jan Siebert Ormond, and this letter is from myself and also my husband, Wes Ormond. PO Box 778, Cannon Beach, Oregon, 97110. Dear Planning Commissioners, we ask you to deny the applicant's request for a 3-lot partition and conditional use permit for a partition in the wetland overlay zone located at the corner of Forest Lawn Road and South Hemlock Street. Rather than allowing 3 houses to be built on the property, we ask you to allow just 1 house to be constructed. We also ask that you make sure the applicant comply with all standards which have to do with lessening the harmful effects of construction now, rather than waiting until the time of obtaining a permit for building. Please consider requesting the applicant to provide a specific site plan indicating the precise possessions of the intended house, driveway, and other urban elements regarding the large wetland. This would help the Planning Commission and the community to better comprehend and protect the wetland from possible negative effects. We ask you to make sure that Cannon Beach Municipal Code 16.04.130 and all related Cannon Beach comprehensive plan policies are carefully followed, as well as the standards in CBMC 17.43, CBMC 17.50, CBMC 17.62, and CBMC 17.70. We also ask that you require the applicant show how he will comply with the standards that apply within these codes, as well as within CBMC 17.80. In the present public conditional use process, rather than during the later building permit process. Doing this in public, rather than only by administrative review, gives the Planning Commission and the community more ability to oversee the protection of this important forested wetland. Thank you.
Are there any other opponents that would like to come forward? Okay. Is there a staff response?
I've got 2 on Zoom.
Oh, you've got 2 on Zoom. Thank you. I don't know who those are. Why don't you call them?
3 on Zoom. I'm going to start with the first one at the top. That would be Robert Klonoff. And he should be able to speak now.
Thank you very much, and I'll try to be brief. Is there a way I can add my video, or is that not possible?
That would be on your end. It should be.
I'm just allowing him to speak. I didn't make him.
I don't see it, but I don't want to spend time on that, so I'll just proceed. And my wife is with me, Heidi Klonoff. Our address is Post Office Box 902 in Cannon Beach. And I'm a professor at Lewis and Clark Law School, which is best known for its environmental program. So this is a particularly sensitive issue for us. And I wholeheartedly agree with the impassioned comments of the opponents who've already spoken. We're talking about a wetlands area, one of the last remaining ones in Cannon Beach. It's a fragile ecosystem. We're talking about the destruction of 11 to 15 trees, possibly more. The arborist put it very, very well that forest lawn we'll lose the forest and will just become lawn. And I worry that this really will change the character of Cannon Beach, a city that's historically been very environmentally sensitive. And I worry that this is another step in really becoming like so many other areas that really are not paying sufficient attention to environmental concerns. Candidly, when this project was first proposed, we had understood that the purpose was to provide housing for workers. And we both think that's a very important goal. And we're really conflicted when we understood that that very generous objective was behind all of this. But that has now been completely removed. This has almost become, frankly, a bait and switch. And so we've gone from housing for workers to a bullet point by the applicant saying helps meet housing needs, which I think Mickey, in her comment, just eviscerated. This is not meeting housing needs at all. This is pure profit, plain and simple, by a very sophisticated developer. So we would urge the commission to either deny this proposal outright or to slow it way down so we can really build a full evidentiary record and carefully consider what I believe to be an enormously adverse environmental impact. And if it's going to be approved at all, it should only be by putting the worker housing stipulation back into this project, so that at least if we're going to have an environmental sacrifice, we're going to do it for a salutary reason. Thank you very much.
Robert, as chairman, one of my edicts is to take breaks here. I want to recognize the two people left, but I don't want to cut their time short. We're at the 2-hour mark. I would like to take a 5-minute break and come back to the last two people. I'll speak for myself. I will lose concentration if I don't make a run.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'd like to resume our meeting. To the people who waited for us for that break, thank you very much. I'm sorry to interrupt the momentum we had, but we're better listeners now for it. Please go ahead. Robert, who's next on Zoom?
So the next in line is Deb Atia. You should be getting unmuted here fairly soon.
I'm trying to get on my other, I think I am. I'm going to disconnect one.
Perfect.
Welcome
to our October meeting with that effect.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Thank you. It's much better.
I'm trying to work on my two computers.
Yeah, I think you have two devices going at once there.
Okay. Can you hear me?
We can still hear you, but it does appear you have two devices going. One's echoing into the other.
Should we hang up? Should we go to the next one?
Eliminate one of them.
I think she eliminated them both.
See if I can get them.
There we go. There we go.
There I am. Okay, it finally came up, the unmute.
Perfect. You sound great.
Hi. Anyway, I'm going to be really brief. I agree with everything.
Miss Atia, may we have your address, please?
Oh, that's right. I'm not on the normal thing. My name is Deb Atia, and I'm at P.O. Box 1426, Cannon Beach.
Thank you.
And what else do you need?
We've got everything we need.
Okay. Basically, I agree with what all of the last, I oppose development on this property. And I'm going to look at three sides of this issue with, yes, environment. We want to protect the environment here. I don't agree with any development on it. I think the city is not against, somebody said, oh, the city wants to make strip malls. I don't believe that's true. I think they're listening to us right now and taking in our considerations respectfully. And I also believe the people who own the property must be made whole because they have money invested. So we have to consider their position as well. So I propose that the city buys the property and keeps it in a natural state to preserve the environment. And that's all I really want to say. You're not development. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert, who's next?
The third one is Anita Duber. She should be online here fairly soon.
Hello. P.O. Box, Anita Duber, P.O. Box 694, Cannon Beach.
Thank you.
I didn't come to this meeting really expecting to speak, but listening to all the opposition, I felt that I just wanted to say that I support and thank them for the time for coming before the Planning Commission to voice their opinions and concerns, and believing that you will take all of those words into consideration in making your decision for City Council. Being a resident here for many years, Forest Lawn is near and dear to the Duber family, and possibly one of the many places that is as iconic as our Haystack Rock. And to see it developed into single family homes, I just feel that it would create a character change to Cannon Beach that is already somewhat happening. And I just hope that this development will be slowed or stopped in the form that it's being presented. So that's all. Thank you.
Ms. Duber, you mentioned it's a lot that's near and dear to you. Are you adjoining a neighbor on Forest Lawn, or is your family's home in close proximity to this site?
Well, the Duber family had a home for many years on Forest Lawn. They sold it decades ago, but still that home was part of the Duber family. and there was actually a tree house over in the forested part. And I will just add that when Jeff, the arborist, said that if that is developed, that Forest Lawn Road would lose the forest component of its name, I chuckled and totally agree with that assessment.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Are there any other opponents? Okay,
But we got one.
one more.
We have Roseanne Dorsey.
Go ahead,
Hi.
Ms. Dorsey.
I don't know if you can see me or my message to my students to wake up and be fabulous.
Ms. Dorsey, we can't see it. I can't read it. It's a little far away, but I
Be fabulous.
I love that. May we have your address, please?
My Cannon Beach address is 1603 Forest Lawn, but I live in Portland, 4955 Northwest 162nd Terrace.
Thank you.
So I have the property closest to this development, and things have been happening so incredibly fast. And as an English teacher and mentioning that I do credit recovery, like my grades are still due tonight, so I'm still juggling a lot. But sitting through listening to what everybody said tonight was really powerful for me. We bought the property in 2004, and then my mom was diagnosed with cancer. It was supposed to be her property, and then I ended up with it. And have tried to like hold the forest lawn energy all that time for her. But so we have from that's like 17 years or so, and through the 17 years I have heard I don't know, at least 15 to 20 offers on that property next to me. And we knew something might appear next door, but we didn't think it would be a large development or something that would impact the wetlands so dramatically. And so even the last couple of people who have made bids on the property, they had actually said that they weren't able to access hemlock, for example. So they said, well, we can't, build a single family home on this property because we've been denied access from hemlock. So there's so many complicated factors on the wetlands. And I just think we might need to just, after hearing what everybody said tonight, we just might need to take them like small chunks by small chunks if we're going to actually consider a development that big on a wetland so important to Cannon Beach. So also just a couple of things, like, so we were not able to access our lots, Stephanie and Ryan Snyder, nor myself, from hemlock. We wanted to access our lots from hemlock. And so we're trying to figure out how our lots were denied access from hemlock, but other lots might be able to be accessed from hemlock. So that would be important to us moving forward. Is my lot now accessible from hemlock, or Stephanie and Ryan's lot next to me accessible from hemlock? And then also there was some interest in what my home was actually going to look like on the lot that I purchased. And I don't think we have a really good idea what kind of homes are going to be built next to me on the wetlands. And so I would love to see more information about what those homes actually were going to look like. And then there was one other thing. I'm looking through my notes. The problem when you go last is that you've heard so much, you have to consolidate it all really quickly. But I'm concerned also, how is my property protected? I'm hearing a lot about trees, endangered species. I've seen so many reports that say this wetland shouldn't be developed. And so how do I know my own home is going to be protected when the wetland is going to be disturbed next to me? What does that look like? But that's a personal issue, just a personal issue. So that is I think, all my notes until I get to the very end where I see 12 students that need my attention. So thank you very much for your time. And I just feel like we need a lot more time to what's the word I want to say, to take this thing apart and take it issue by issue by issue, and then maybe figure out if this actually can work. Thank you.
Ms. Dorsey, I have a quick question for you.
Sure.
Were you aware of the potential for the stormwater extension before you received a notice that your stormwater was illegally draining, was reported to be illegally draining into the neighbor's lot?
I think I'd love to, I will answer that question for you, but I think I need to go back and look at my papers to be sure.
Okay, well, we have been asked to leave the record open.
Yeah.
That would be something that I would be curious about, was the timing of those notifications to you as a neighboring property owner.
Right.
Thank you. Are there any other presentations by opponents?
No, there are no new ones on.
Okay, anyone here tonight? No? Is there a staff response?
Yes, well, I wanted to know if, my recommendation would be is, so it's been asked to be continued, so we would continue it. But I would ask that, you guys ask questions that either the applicants can answer or we can answer. One of the things that I would like more clarification on, both from the applicant and from our city arborist, is that the applicant provide the actual trees with the plat map, on the plat map, the trees that would be removed by the project that they recommend removal, and the ones that would be saved. And then I would ask that our city arborist then give you guys a report showing which ones, after visiting the site, which ones he can recommend or might differ with that. And so because we've heard from both, but both have left some of the kind of specific numbers or things are still out there. I'd like further clarification for all of us on that. Some of the things that I heard tonight, and which I want to mention that are also part of this conditions that I had put on there. Tree removal application, like I said, has to be done by the city arborist, and they've recommended, you've heard numerous people recommend that be done at this time, if that's going to be considered. Well, I think that will further clarify for those people, what the arborist is stating. And then, and on that note, I heard numerous times that the specific driveway and specific building envelopes are not on the plat, they are on the plat. I mean, we've got a 15-foot travel path. That's not, there's only one. There's not any further subdivision or partition considered, and that's what I put as a conditional, as part of the condition of approval. No further partition or subdivision of this parcel. And so that could be included, I would state, in that conservation easement that they're offering as well, along with what I have put in there as the no accessory structures, including fencing, is allowed within the delineated wetlands areas and buffer areas. And so on those notes, I would also ask that the applicant provide a draft conservation easement that specifies those as part of it. So those are, just some of the items that I would like to see if this is going to be continued and left open. I would also ask Clay that you, if you guys want to decide on whether you keep it open the entire time or do that 777 deal and come to that decision as well. And then if you do keep it open, I would recommend that that orals be limited to a certain time from all parties.
Why don't we deliberate after asking the opponents if they have anything, and then talk about how we.
Okay, I had a question for Bill.
Oh, sure. Go
For
ahead.
Bill Kleisman. Bill, are you still there? Yes.
Sorry, I was on mute. I was here and listening, but
I just had a question for you.
yeah.
I took a look at state law and the city ordinances, and I couldn't find anything that made it incumbent on this planning commission to grant a partition just because it's asked for. I understand that it would be difficult to say you couldn't build one home on the lot because that might bring up other issues like takings or something like that. But as far as granting a partition, if the commission believes it's not in the best interests of the community, I can't find anything that says we have to do that.
So the way the Oregon land use system is set up is an application comes in and the code sets out what's allowed, what isn't. If an application meets the criteria in the code, the city has an obligation to grant it. We can't deny it without somebody without a reason based in our criteria where they do not meet a criterion or criteria. So, if the presumption is that the property can be used if they meet the terms of the code. So,
Can I follow up? Anyone asks for a partition, anytime anyone asks for a partition, any property into 7 lots, into 9 lots, as long as it meets the code, we are obligated to grant that. I can't find, can you point me to some case that says that or something?
Let me think about that. But that certainly is the underpinning. But to the extent somebody meets the criteria in the code, we have an obligation to grant the permit. To the extent we don't want further subdivisions or subdivisions that have certain characteristics, we can include those criteria to prevent those types of subdivisions or prevent those particular characteristics. But I'm fairly certain I will track it down and get back to you with something that says if an application meets criteria, we have an obligation to grant it.
Can I follow up with another question?
Sure.
So Bill, under 1780-110 conditional uses, the overall standards, we would have to find that a demand exists. If we don't find a demand exists, we haven't met the criteria for conditional use permit, correct?
So, the conditional use are part of the standards. What makes this somewhat complicated gets into the housing issues that I'm sure the applicant will talk to you about. And we can get in, there's a couple different layers to that housing issues. One is sort of the workforce housing. What does the city actually need? But there's also state statutes, and we ran into this with the Roberts House. If you remember that, there was an attempt to say that we're subject to, clear and objective standards. And, we prevailed in that, saying the oceanfront setback is a clear and objective standard. But essentially the way the state law has defined needed housing is essentially any housing is needed. And it doesn't distinguish among workforce, 5,000 square foot mega mansions or whatever type of housing is. The state has said if it's needed, if it's housing, it is needed. And if it's housing, you're obligated to only apply clear and objective standards to it. So when we've got the conditional use standards, a demand exists for the use of the proposed location, it gets difficult to treat that as a clear and objective standard.
Even if it's a second home, Bill, when you say home, the need for housing, there's not a need for second homes.
I think let's jump into that deeper. Let's wrap up
I just wanted to know if Bill could answer.
It kind of held off questions for a while. We need to get into that.
Let's wrap up the section where the proponent has their chance to respond to any of the comments that have been made, so we can close that section for tonight, not the record, and then we can move to our discussion. Otherwise, I think we could go back and forth on this quite a bit, because right now they have the chance to respond to anything we bring up. We're going to end up here till midnight if we're not careful with our problem. Would the opponent like to come forward? Would the proponent or the applicant like to come forward at this time to respond to anything that's been said?
I'm going to defer to our planner. Matt, you there?
Oh, yeah. Can y'all hear me? This is Reed Stapleton with Dow.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, so I'll provide some thoughts in response, and then I guess I also would like, when I conclude my comments, I'd like for Renee France also to chime in here. It's a little unclear to me procedurally where we're landing here, and so if we have an opportunity for further comment and provision of evidence, I'd want to make sure that we preserve that right. So anyway, I'll let her speak to that and at the conclusion here of my comments. But you know, to speak to what Bill Kabizman was just referring to, we have met the criteria and standards. We've put together a very thorough application. We've spent a considerable amount of time considering all of the factors on the site, as is stipulated in your general development policies, and looking at resources and considering resources when you design for a property and for a partition. We've taken those to heart. I've heard multiple people speak passionately about preserving wetlands, and we are. For the record, all the wetlands on the site are being preserved. There are no wetland impacts. Zero wetland impacts, and the property has been carefully designed. The partition has been carefully designed to ensure that. There were some comments about geotechnical concerns. We've had a geotechnical engineer look at the property, has made recommendations for foundation design that's made sure that if the design is designed to those specifications, there are no issues. Very typical in on a coastal situation like you have here. There were comments about General Development Policy 15, which says that the city shall regulate trees. The city does regulate trees through section 1770 of the code. There's also that's the site-specific development standards. Those are the site-specific development standards that would come into play in the future after the partition, and when a residential project were to be constructed. Those are the provisions that would apply. There is a provision in 1770-030, which speaks to the fact that retention of trees should be considered in the design of partitions. And then it speaks further to in the provision of roads and utilities as being a focus of that. And I understand where that's coming from. We deal with codes like that all the time. Often when you have a site that needs to be subdivided or partitioned, one of the basic standards that has to be met is that you have to have road access, you have to have utility access. And so, standards like that, like are in your code, that 1770-030, are there because jurisdictions want to make sure that when the roads are designed, when utilities are brought forward so that you can subdivide a parcel, that you're being thoughtful about that so that you're not plowing through sensitive resources when you provide those types of infrastructure. In this case, obviously these lots already have access to public roads. We're not having to bring public infrastructure into the site. And then further, as Renee France mentioned, there are these state statutes, and Bill Kabizman referenced this also, that require the application of clear and objective standards as to how you review the application should be considered is a very vague standard. And so I'll throw that out there. I think evidence that Renee on our team has put forward, would make the case that that's not a clear and objective standard. There's nothing specific about that you can really measure up to. There was a comment about endangered species. There are no endangered species on the site. John Van Staveren and Pacific Habitat Services has done a thorough review of the property. There are no endangered species on the property. And certainly no federal nexus that would ever require an environmental impact statement that was suggested by one of the people who've spoken in opposition. I think there was a comment, Jeff made the comment, I believe, about a covenant that would prohibit further subdividing of the parcels that would result here. I don't think we would have any objection to that. There's no intent whatsoever to further subdivide. There's no issue with that. And, I think I'll just end with, again, a statement that criteria and standards have been met. We provided a very thorough application, no wetland impacts. I think it may be a little bit confusing when there's wetland overlay, overlay zone that's applied here, but there's 0 wetland impacts whatsoever. The applicant is looking forward to having a conservation covenant that would preserve resources on the site. 70% of the trees would be retained, and we would seek additional opportunities to preserve more when we can be a little bit more specific with site designs and have better ideas specifically of the site designs. We have general footprints, we have accesses identified, but when we get into the specific geometries of the buildings to be proposed, we can look more specifically for additional opportunities, and we would do that through the process that the city has structured under 1770 to do that, which is the process, the appropriate process that the city has established. So with that, I'll hand things off to Renee for any kind of final comments, and look forward to the discussion about either the continuation of the hearing or continuation of an open record period. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Again, Renee France for the record. In terms of where we are procedurally, I heard several requests to leave the record open. I don't believe I heard any requests for a continuation of the hearing. We would agree to leave the record open. That's required if it's requested. We would request, and I think it was staff who had mentioned typically the seven days for new evidentiary testimony, 7 days for rebuttal testimony, and as the applicant, we would request an opportunity for a final closing argument. So we would be in favor of the 777 provision that was requested earlier in lieu of a continuation, since again, I may have missed it, but I don't believe a continuation was requested.
Clay, can I follow up just with Reed real quick? Reed or Renee, can you, I ask also for the the overlay of the plat with the trees that you want to keep and want to remove. Can that be done in that 7-day time period?
I think that, certainly what we could do, which I think would be very helpful, would be to take the trees that have been inventoried in the wetland area and create a more cohesive composite of the site. So yeah, I think we can submit a broader plan that would show that all the trees that are anticipated to be preserved.
For continuance.
All right, thank you. I think that just helped our arborist.
Absolutely. No, happy to do that.
I believe we had 2 requests for continuances. That's what I heard. So,
well, the effect is the same. If we have the record open, we can't really rule. Is there anyone else, any other proponents or people with the applicant who would like to speak at this time? Okay, Robert, anyone? Okay, at this time, we are not going to take any more public testimony, but there has been a request. Let me just look here. I wrote it down. The request was to leave the record open by Lolly Champion. And we had someone else. Jan, Wes, thank you. My notes, I have so many.
I think Mr. Coyne also may have suggested it.
Okay. And are we consistent with that? Those were requests to leave the record open.
So just to complicate things a little bit, the state law about that 197763A says that somebody can request an opportunity to prevent additional evidence, arguments, or testimony, and then it gives the planning commission the option to leave the record open or to continue the hearing. And that's which one of those to do is entirely up to you. I do think both people that I heard requested leaving the record open, but a continuance is within your purview as well.
Bill, what is the point of leaving the record open if you're not effectively granting a continuance?
Really, the question is, do you come back and hear oral presentations again, or do you limit it to written material?
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, well, I think that I heard, my understanding is that people wanted a continuance, not just a 777. So whether they said it correctly or not.
Yeah, no, we can do either.
It's our choice anyway.
Yeah, we can do what we want there.
Yeah.
Do we want to take a vote on what we want to do here?
I think we should ask some questions.
Let's set, for sure. But let's make sure we know how we're moving forward, because some of the questions that we asked tonight, based on, how long we want to be here, may come at another meeting, maybe more appropriate in another meeting, or maybe appropriate for tonight, based on.
I'm not sure, really. It's kind of hard. We're just kind of sitting here.
Well, I'm moving for a continuance. I make a motion that we continue the hearing.
Can we say that we're continuous, but we'll put a limit on the time presentations and only new material?
That
I
sounds
agree
like
with Charles.
a friendly amendment, or it's a proposed amendment to the motion that's been made. The motion maker can accept it or not.
If we had a motion.
I made a motion to continue
Are you
and
okay
put
with
it
the testimony?
Yes.
Okay, then yes, Charles, we'll consider that a second. Jen, will you take the roll?
Second.
Okay, why don't give me 1 second, please? So Charles will be a second.
Second, yeah.
Hold 1 second before the call.
Two Lisa's.
Two
Yeah, have a
Lisa's.
continuance.
Yeah, and Charles was the second.
And it was limited to time for presentation
Testimony limited to 5 minutes
to 5 minutes and only materials.
and new materials. New materials.
Well, that's going to be hard to determine. We're not going to argue about what's new and what's not.
Yeah, when you get into limiting new evidence, it does become a bit of an administrative burden doing that.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna sit here and argue about if it's new or not. I mean, I think that
Is there a suggestion?
I would suggest that we just limit it to 5 minutes per person and not talk about new or not new, because people have different takes on things.
Sure.
Second
And
again.
we're saying 5 minutes per side, correct? Not per person speaking.
No, per person.
Let's make it 3. There's going to be a lot of people speaking.
Okay. I'm
Is
amenable.
that an amendment to an amendment?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so we have a limit of 3 minutes. And materials.
No, not limited to new materials, not
No new
limited.
materials.
No, not limited to new materials, just 3 minutes per speaker.
Speaker and no materials.
No, yeah, nothing about materials.
So people can submit what they want. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then I'm not understanding. We're limiting to minutes per speaker,
We're continuing.
right? But the motion is limited to 3 minutes per speaker.
Yes.
And,
That's it.
or that's it.
That's it.
Okay, that's where I got confused. So nothing
Sure.
about materials at all.
No.
Okay, and then is Charles still our second?
Charles, do you agree with the amendment to 3 minutes?
Second.
Okay, I got it now.
Okay.
And to be clear, the continuance would be to the next planning commission meeting, which I believe is Thursday, July 21st at 6 p.m.
Yes.
Oh, that's not what's on the
July
calendar.
28th, I think.
28th, I'm sorry, I got that
July
wrong.
28th is,
Fourth Thursday.
yeah, I know because I'm out of town that one, and you'd be the chair.
I guess we need a vote.
Are we ready?
Will you call the roll, please? Yes.
Commissioner Kerr,
Yes.
Commissioner Knopf. Yes. Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Commissioner Moritz,
Yes.
Commissioner Bennett,
Yes.
Chair Newton.
Yes. Okay, let's have that discussion on those questions. Jeff, I'm curious about your process on the stormwater. How does that work with you guys? How do you decide we need to do this? Because from what I read, the burden is on the applicant to show how they're going to handle stormwater runoff. But from what I read, that is not what happened. Can you walk us through that process a little bit?
Yeah, so our stormwater, and I'll let Karen speak to this in more detail, but really we get or have meetings with them. There's runoff from Forest Lawn and from the properties up in Forest Lawn that drain to a outlet on Forest Lawn that ends up on their property.
So let me be clear. It drains into a storm drain?
Yeah, Karen, you want to you go ahead and.
Karen Levante, Public Works Director. Restate your question, please, so I understand which drain we're talking about.
Well, the broad question is the process behind how the city decided it was on the city to take action on this stormwater versus the applicant. From my reading of in the wetland overlay, it's the applicant's responsibility to provide a stormwater plan that shows how they're going to handle stormwater. Yet in looking at what we have, which doesn't appear to be complete, it appears that the city took the initiative to put the stormwater, the handling of the stormwater on them. And the other question I have along that line is, and is Trevor still with us? No? Maybe you know, Karen. There's an email that says from a high level what that cost would have been to move that stormwater, what the distance that we saw was proposed. So two parts to that.
Yeah, so first off, Karen, that's for their property. It's their obligation to deal with the stormwater on their property. Our stormwater from our right of way was infiltrating into their system, as was the neighbors that has
stormwater from the city's right of way was infiltrating the wetland.
Yeah, into their.
How does it infiltrate a wetland? Property. That's where it naturally flows.
Right, but from a storm drain, it's not natural.
So the storm drain was infiltrating the property.
You can ask Karen. That's what their stormwater calculations say from their engineer. Second off, so the neighbors is draining as well, and so that's how we were approached with that project.
So the developer approached you and said, we have these two pieces of these two problems for our site. Is that true?
I'll let Karen, because Karen's the first contact on this, not me.
Great.
I was contacted by the developer and said that there is two people depositing their runoff water onto private property and asked the city to address that. Like anybody else that would contact me and say someone's water is draining onto my property, whether it's an adjoining neighbor, an adjacent neighbor, whatever, I would notify that homeowner and follow up with a letter that goes to them advising them that they're in violation of the Muni Code. And in this particular case, the city was one of those people.
But that's not true. If you look at the code, it's not true. First off, that stormwater drain is a conditional use, which I'm sure was permitted at the time.
I believe it's actually required.
Yeah, and secondly, the requirement is only imposed upon private individuals, not the city itself. If you look at the code, there are two uses of person in our code. One is a capitalized use, which includes the government, the city, and one is lowercase, which is anybody's guess what it means. But with respect to the code provision that you're discussing, it uses the lowercase word. So there is no obligation on the city to correct that situation. If it's something that the developer wants to do, then, it sounds to me like their intention is to drain the wetland as opposed to just moving stormwater connections. So, your legal analysis of the city's responsibility is incorrect per our code.
So Commissioner Bates, I'm not trying to debate the issue. I'm trying to answer the question.
But the reason he's asking is because of that very point. He doesn't understand why the city is involved in trying to drain the wetland.
If I can finish answering, then.
Okay, please do.
So that was the first contact. That was the evaluation that was made as far as how it was to be addressed. As far as cost, like anything else, the private party addresses what's on their private property, and the city would address what's out in the city's right of way. We had to camera those drains to see if in fact it was depositing to that, because walking out there, just visually looking at it, didn't really tell me for sure if it was or wasn't. And then next, once we identified whether it was, Then I got with Jeff and said, what are the regulations for wetlands? He's the one that advises me around anything concerning wetlands. From public works perspective, I don't make those decisions by myself. I'm not a wetlands expert. And so that is what got that all started. And then it was a matter of just determining how we were going to address that. The adjoining neighbor, we sent a letter advising them, giving them the mini code, and discussed the options to be able to address the issue.
Karen, could I ask a quick question, please?
Sure.
How many times a year do you need to send these letters to homeowners?
How many times a year?
Right, so is this common? I'm asking, is it common that you have to speak to a private party and say your water is draining onto someone else's property, or is this an abnormal request?
No, it's pretty common. I mean, usually in the winter, we get a lot more phone calls than we do obviously in the summer because water's not flowing. So it peaks in the wet season, but yes, we have to issue letters and or make contact with folks to let them know that there's been a complaint and that it needs to be rectified.
So Jeff, address the question. What is the city's obligation when you read the code? And if that is your decision, if that is your responsibility.
Yeah, well, my thought, and I'll leave it also with Bill Kvisman, is that, we do what's best for the city and we move that. My opinion was that we were draining into the wetland and it was adding to their wetland area. And so I decided we could move that further north if possible.
You took the responsibility. You felt like there was an obligation to do it, a legal obligation, Jeff, or what?
Well, no, I question, as I did with public, yes, A, a legal obligation, and B, can we do this by, can we remove the water from draining into that area fully, So in other words, if we've got a natural system, like you said, that just normally drained into it, infiltrated, like Clay said, then from my understanding and reading wetlands, then we would not be obligated to do that. But we had a storm drain that was feeding that, and we had footage of that and records of that. And so we wanted to deal with that the best we could. At the time when it was brought to me, that was the suggestion was moving north, because we were in that discussion with them about possibly turning that over to the the Conservancy as a wetland area. And so during that, we approved the development permit because it was not in a wetland. It's not in a wetland buffer. And so we just moved it approximately 130 feet north, but then it was appealed. During that process, we were asking, can this be moved completely to not be, filtering into that wetland so that it goes into our storm drain system, and to deal with it through that system. And we were still in negotiations with that when this project started going forward. So
I think, Jeff, one of the big picture issues I have here is if it's 100 feet back, that roughly represents where the two lots that were also part of this larger parcel are today located. So what's happened is we've had these partitions, 1987, 2000, another in 2003, slowly bringing that lot smaller and smaller and smaller to the last partition, 2003, where the house that is draining its stormwater, they want to have a lot. It's in the record. We want to partition this so we can get a lot. They're draining their stormwater into a wetland, water into wetland. We grant the lot. So everybody's assumption, because it's nowhere in writing, is that's the wetland. No one will do that. Who would develop there? Well,
here we
are. So it's an inch that becomes a mile from what we intended initially. And every time we erode by moving that most directly that storm line, we push that wetland further and further out of being a wetland. And so anytime we get into messing with what we've already messed with, it's like this thing that we've been through before. We've seen this on the different development projects where we give a little, we give a little, we give a little, the next group forgets what happened, and suddenly we're going, well, what happened to the wetlands? So that's my concern in the big picture is we lose track of what's happened in the past here, and we have to by law, but by practically, by responsibility to the people in this community, we have to look at what's happened in the past, and that didn't happen. And that's my frustration and why my voice is cracking. I'm so furious about that. Anyway, you have a tough job. I'm just telling you what's going to be on my mind when we revisit this. I didn't see anything that looked like a drainage plan in this from the developer, and that's on them.
Well, they have a plan. They want to go negotiate a little bit farther up and move that line out.
You know, there was some pre-application conference meeting notes. There's a 7-lot partition. There's a bunch of emails.
Well, I know.
I can't really tell what's the part of the application in there. I need some clarity on that.
Oh, yeah, I need some clarity on what you're asking. So are you asking that they deal with the water coming off of?
One of the things that I'm concerned about is I don't see how the water is coming off. How are they going to deal with water on that site? Where is that water going?
From their development.
From their development, from the neighboring development, do they have to extend the line?
Excuse me, are you saying from the forest lawn like we were trying to resolve that area?
Anything that has to do with the stormwater line, I'd like a clear understanding, which I
just want to clarify because I don't believe it's their obligation to deal with stormwater coming from above, you know.
They could come to us and say, we need you to extend it. If that's what they want to do, I don't know, but I can't tell from what I've been given.
It is, Jeff, unless you look at the code, and the code doesn't place that obligation on you.
Yeah, and I'll defer to Bill on that. Okay, so.
Bill?
So I guess I'm not prepared to address that tonight. This isn't a question I've discussed with Jeff and did not look at it. I know drainage law in Oregon is a very complicated set of obligations, and that when the city comes in and starts handling stormwater, it changes things. And so what I would ask is that you provide us the questions and we'll get back to you, because I just don't think I can give you a comprehensive answer that will answer all of your questions tonight.
There's a lot involved in it though, Bill. I mean, you think about, I don't know when that storm water was put in. I know Rosie's house was built in 94. My guess is it's about that time. That water is drained into that wetland since 1994. An individual comes along and says, hey, cheap piece of property, I can put up a few houses. I know there's a wetland, but I'll just kind of finesse it with the city. That water's been there the whole time that this has been going on. That was a wetland back in 1939, if you go back to the city aerial photograph. You know, who knows how much our current storm drain has altered that, but it was substantially larger at that time than it is now. So, you know, as part of your analysis, I'd like to know what happens if somebody knows they've got a pre-existing condition and they buy anyway.
Okay.
And a condition, by the way, that was legal under the city ordinances.
And the condition you're talking about is?
Draining stormwater into that wetland.
Okay.
Anything else people want to talk about?
I have a couple things. I don't mind. I still want to get back to this buffer zone because I don't see where the state gave up jurisdiction over that wetland. The state requirement is a 50-foot buffer. The Clatsop County requirement is a 50-foot buffer. I'm not saying that that's a requirement here, but I don't think five feet is enough. Right.
It was this ordinance then.
Well,
and that's, you know,
it's in violation of state and county law. I mean, it conflicts with state and county law. I'm not saying it's in violation. The thing I'd like to focus on is on this geology report that clearly lays out a bunch of risks. And I don't think the risks are clearly understood. I mean, you know, we've got compressible land. We've got a minimum risk of landslide still, which the geology report indicated. We got risk of earthquake. You know, we've talked about removing 40 trees, but nobody has talked about that. Probably 100 willows that are on that property that are essential to proper functioning of the wetland. I know that if they build next to Rosie's house, most of that is gone. And all that drain water is going to come across there with an existing slide potential. I'd like to know how we're going to deal with that. Then we go into the property and the geologist says, well, before you're done, you know, I want you to run a dump truck over that property a few times to see how it sinks. Well, if you're telling me that's not going to impact the wetland, then I would argue with that. But beyond that, then they want to put in 40 to 50 foot pylons into the wetland, drill right into it. Nobody's talked about how that's going to influence the wetland. What's going to happen is that those pylons compress land out. Are we going to affect the wetland with that? Then we have to excavate, which wasn't anticipated with the first report, and now it's required. You got to dig down 2 feet, fill it with gravel, make sure you de-water it as you're filling it. What is that going to do to the wetland? There's a lot missing in this report that should be addressed before we get anywhere close to approving it.
Mike, I'd like to agree with you that I think that the construction impacts are going to be huge, and we haven't even touched the surface of that question. I think we also have to think carefully, though, about what our criteria would actually be for approving or not approving. And I'm going to come back to my point, which is that if we can't find a need, maybe we don't even have to go there. Maybe we don't have to go to the wetland and tree impacts, but I agree that construction impacts have not been addressed.
I agree. And I don't know that the state was thinking of Cannon Beach and second homes when it said all housing is important.
I think we need to be careful about those clear objectives.
I think we do, but I think we need to explore for ourselves and not take the answers we're getting.
No, I agree.
Well, Nikki, you looked at that pretty carefully. I mean, do you think
Yeah, I'm waiting to hear from Bill. I think that it will be really helpful to hear Bill's input on what that clear and convincing standard with regard to building has, what that state law looks like.
Yeah, and it's pretty clear that the state, you may disagree with what the legislature said, but the legislature essentially said if you're building houses, it's considered needed housing. The fact that it may go to Airbnb rentals, that it may go to McMansions, they did not make that distinction.
Has it ever been litigated?
It has. Well, not specifically Airbnb, but what Luba and the Court of Appeals have said is that all housing is needed housing.
Including second homes.
Well, I mean, the difficulty is here that we don't know for certain that these are second homes. What they focus on is if it's a residence. They don't distinguish between second homes, first homes, or size of homes, or income level, or anything else. Homes are homes under the state legislation.
At this point, maybe it does need to be litigated. I mean, because it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense not to distinguish between what is a needed home and not. It's nonsensical to look at it as in the light of any home. It makes no sense. And
I could give you a perspective that you may not agree with, but what I can tell you is that the courts in Luba have said that all housing is needed housing.
Still testing.
Well, I know. I haven't read them yet. I've got a bunch of Luba cases here. But if you could save me some time and point me to some Luba decisions by number through the email, all this that I could read, I'd love that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. Thanks.
It seems to me we have a code that has, unfortunately in trees for housing, some room for improvement. But I don't know that that's as true when it comes to landslides.
Stormwater.
And stormwater. And in reading this geological report, the applicant has a long way to go to convince me that that's a safe.
For the next.
So I would appreciate the geologist to be here to explain things like active lines, indicates the subject property is mapped adjacent to an active landslide area. That's page 12. It is our page 13. It is our professional opinion the site is likely at risk from shallow and deep global landsliding. That's page 13. Now, this is interesting on page 14, starting on 13. Compressible soils and burying them on the sandstone will mitigate the risk of deep global landsliding. In summary, our recommendation is to approach a deep foundation system that extends through the compressible organic soils and protects the house foundations from shallow, localized landsliding or slope creep that might occur in the future. What's interesting is in the report, the Dow report, actually, I want to come back to that point. Let me make another point first, and I'll come back to that. Liquefaction. Anybody who knows anything about earthquakes knows the word liquefaction is a terrible word. Based on our investigation, we consider the soils encountered in our exploration to be liquefiable. I don't know how you get to developable site with that sort of statement. In the applicant's geology report, page 20, although the subject property is not mapped within an ancient landslide, the compressible variable soils we encountered to depths of 30 to 4 feet are consistent with landslide material we have observed in the area. It's not just that it's adjacent, it is in the subject. Page 21, we do not believe the property is at any greater risk from this hazard than the other numerous existing developed lots in the neighborhood. Not the kind of logic that this planning commission wants to hear. Because the guy next door to you didn't know he's on a landslide doesn't mean we want to be responsible for saying, well, yeah, you can do it. So later they can hold this in front of us when they sue the city and say you knew it.
We should add that, there is a risk to existing houses.
But we don't need to add it. It's right here.
That was these houses going to slide off.
That being said, this is the get out of jail free statement. That being said, we recommend that at a minimum, any house foundations be designed to protect life safety, i.e. the house is allowed to be damaged by landsliding, but the structure stays intact long enough for the occupants to evacuate. Okay, that's important. We want people to live. Meanwhile, their property is destroyed. You can't have 30 feet of liquefiable soils underneath and expect you're going to have anything left but a foundation and hopefully people alive. Ultimately, owning a home in this area means there's an acceptable risk that the property is located among a very large ancient landslide, ancient landslide deposits and within a landslide hazard area that could reactivate at some time in the future, possibly en masse due to a Cascadia subduction earthquake event. I mean, it just goes on and on, but
I think the whole proposal is full of those kind of holes.
It's got that sort of language all over in it. I don't know how we can get through our general development policy 1, avoiding landslides, 4, avoiding landslides, policy 5, geologic hazards. That's not to mention, addressing policy 11, preserving wetlands, and policy 14, preserving wetlands. But we have, there's no ambiguity in this being in a landslide area and our code saying, don't build in a landslide area or consider it, mitigate risks. Having foundations that will protect the lives of the occupants is a great start, but you still have destroyed the property if you have liquefiable soils under those buildings. That puts us in an awful position. Do you think that they're going to put a disclosure in their sales agreement saying you're in an active landslide? They're going to come to the city. We're going to eat that. Address that before we can say yes to this. That is my number one concern. It is clear, it is objective. There's no way someone could come away from this with any ambiguity that has to be addressed before this can be approved. Anything else?
The conservation easement, I'd like some clarification.
I'd love to see that in there too.
Yeah, I haven't, I'm sorry, I missed
there's a
it.
letter.
I still can't find it, so.
I have not seen that letter, and
Yeah, me
I came
neither.
early to go through the additional correspondence. I do not have it. Mickey, Charles?
I agree.
bad.
A lot of unanswered questions.
Yeah, agree.
Do we want to tell them? I mean, I would like to understand what removal of those willows is going to do to the wetland and how much flooding will result as a result of that. Bill Ryersgard, the guy that lives just across the street, is very concerned about flooding on his 3 properties.
Anything else?
Now, the drainage issue obviously needs to be addressed too. All those questions that were raised.
Okay, so we talked about how we're moving forward.
We do have a hand raised.
Okay.
She raised her hand shortly, right at the beginning of the stormwater drainage discussion, so it might not be related to that, but
We
it
did close the conversation to additional comment. Do we want to hold firm with that or?
it might be related to the motion that was made. I'm not sure. It's from Renee France.
Related to the motion?
Related to which
that one, her
motion?
hand?
Continuation?
The continuation?
Yeah, the continuation. It came up shortly after that. So
Okay, yeah, if it's related to the continuation, we can talk.
I don't know what she's asking for. That's just when her hand came up.
Okay, fine. Ms. France, please go ahead.
Yeah, and for the record, Renee France, I do have a procedural question and clarification that I think will benefit everybody. And that is to get clarification on the status of the record between now and the continued hearing. You have requested a great deal of additional information. I presume that the record will remain open for written submittals and not close at the end of this hearing.
That's correct. That's what we said. Yes.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Yes, you're welcome. Okay, anything else? Let's move on. Do people want to take a break?
5 minutes.
5 minutes? Let's take a 5-minute break before we move on to the transportation system.
Yeah.
Okay, our next item tonight is a legislative matter. I want to take a little different approach than we did last time. We talked about proponents and opponents having an opportunity to speak. I think it's important that we talk about this as a conversation, not necessarily an open-ended conversation, because those can get a little long-winded, but we definitely want it to be a conversation. So we're going to continue our consideration of CP 22-01, adoption of the Cannon Beach Transportation System Plan as supporting material to the comprehensive plan. I'd like to just quickly poll my fellow commissioners. We've had a number of people say that they want us to consider slowing down. I continue to have that comment even after our last meeting. We've heard it quite a bit, and that they would like to be continue to be engaged in the conversation. Do we want to open tonight's maybe to some limited conversation, opportunity for people to comment, given the information they heard us talk about last time? Do we just want to deliberate?
You mean public comment?
Public comment.
I'm in favor of deliberating. I think we've spent a lot of time in city council. We'll be spending much more time on this. So this is not the last opportunity for public input. We did hear quite a bit of public input last time, and I feel like now it's time to deliberate.
Feel the same way?
No, I don't feel that way.
Okay.
I'm always in favor of public comment. Really, I think it's important. I think that this is something that's very important to a lot of people. And I just I'm very uncomfortable with stifling any public comment.
Any other comments in terms of opening the conversation this evening to additional comment?
I'm with Lisa.
Okay. Someone want to, anybody else? Barb, do you have a feeling on this? Charles?
Yeah, let's hear more.
All right. Can I get a motion?
I move that we leave this meeting open to public comment.
Second.
Can I throw one condition on the second?
Yeah.
Maybe we have a limit of time.
Yeah, I think so.
That's
3 minutes?
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
Okay, great. There's the motion and second. Jen, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Moritz,
Yes.
Commissioner Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerr,
Yes.
Commissioner Knopf,
Yes.
Commissioner Bates.
Yes.
Chair Newton.
Yes. Okay. To those in the room, I have to turn on my phone here so I can get a timer. To those here tonight and to those here on Zoom, we are going to open our conversation to your comments on the transportation system plan. I'm looking for any kind of formal. This is CP 2201. Jeff Adams, on behalf of the City of Cannon Beach, seeks the adoption of the Cannon Beach Transportation System Plan as supporting material to the Cannon Beach Comprehensive Plan. The TSP is in accordance with Oregon Revised Statutes OAR 660 Division 12 Transportation Planning Rule, which implements statewide Planning Goal 12. The request will be reviewed against the criteria of the Cannon Beach Comprehensive Plan and Municipal Code 17.86.070A amendments criteria. Do we have anyone who would like to speak tonight relative to our conversation on this matter?
And Clay, I'll do the timing.
Thank you.
We do have one on Zoom.
One on Zoom. Let me know.
Yeah, it's Randy.
Randy Neal.
Yeah.
Randy Neal. Mr. Neal, thank you for joining us tonight. Please, well, state your name and address.
First of all, if I'm the only one, could I request that instead of 3 minutes, it might be 5?
I would say based on what he's already given us, that I would keep it at 3 minutes. I mean, because we have a lot of written material from him also.
Other commissioners, your thoughts?
I agree with that.
3 minutes.
Okay.
And I haven't started the clock.
Okay, Randy Neal, P.O. Box 1092. I've given you an agenda. Basically, I have 3 foils that are my key concerns about this TSP. Basically, it seems like it's getting pushed forward. So the city can check a box to get grant money, which was not the objective of the TSP in the beginning. It was not what was told to the community. It's not really the goal of what the community needs. The second one is it's really not a strategic plan, because the basis of a strategic plan gives all of the community a vision for what's going to happen going forward. And then the third one is there's a lot of stuff in this TSP. A lot of it doesn't mirror at all what the community has asked for. Other things that the community has asked for has had no level of analysis, no level of detail. Then there's a whole category of things that are sort of generically listed in the words, but again, have no estimates, no description of what those might be. And then fourth, there's a bunch of strategic items out there that are not listed in this document at all, and some of which are very high on the things that the community is, has sought input on. So you've got the first one. It's basically, some questions of mine of, you see what the city proposed in the beginning, and I've tried to write out where I think there's been shortcomings. The second page is a bunch of things, cuts and pastes from websites that talk about what's a good strategic plan. So hopefully you understand what this looks like compared to that. The third one, we have 35 line items that have been assigned dollars and some level of detail. And, just for example, many roundabouts are mentioned nowhere in the 20 pages of community input. Four-way stops are, there's one comment, and it basically says, I doubt if four-way stops would solve this, but we need a solution. So there's a lot of things here that really don't have community support. And then vice versa, things like the shuttle have a lot of community support, but there's been no technical documentation of what has been our ridership in the past. I know pre-COVID, basically the shuttle was averaging about 2 people per hour. And unless we do something significantly different. Can I make one sentence more?
Finish your thought, please.
So basically, I've given you a recommendation page that basically says, push this out because it needs 30 or 90 days worth of rework. I've given a list of top priority items that I think that rework needs to be done on. I think there are some strategic decisions that could be made, and I think we need to involve the right kind of people.
Thank you very much for the effort you've put into this and your testimony tonight. Are there any other individuals who would like to speak? 2 more.
David here is now joining us.
I was going to try to wake you up again, but with the loud buzz, but I won't. Anyway, I want to look at this from the city's perspective. I think they have, I don't know if I agree with everything Randy just said, because the city has hired a company that has a 5-star rating, Parametrics. They are dealing with the issue because there's a problem with parking and transportation in the city and congestion and, the fear of running over people and all these things. So they reacted to that, and they're doing, they put a plan into motion. Now, the issue is the funding, and why the funding is there, why we have the current situation where there's a lot of funding coming through. I say jump on it and take each issue one by one as time goes on. They're not making the full decisions right now, but they have to do something to get the grant money. And so I say go forward with it. And otherwise, everything just kind of stays in a standstill. And so I say go forward and vote for it and get the funding, and then decide about all of the things. They're not going to do things without everybody's approval as we go along. I think things are, there's been a lot more positive response to it than what somebody just said. I don't believe there's as much negative as there is positive. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there one more, Robert?
Yes, we have a third comment from Anita Duber.
Hello again, Anita Duber, box 694, Cannon Beach. I will agree with all the effort that Randy Neal put in to his presentation, and just speak to the fact that the TSP I heard was Cannon Beach is one of the last cities to implement that, and I believe that that is for a reason, that Cannon Beach doesn't necessarily want to be urbanized and become just another beach town. That the people that were on the committees, on council, envisioned Cannon Beach to be preserved and protected, and understood, you know, the reason that everybody comes here and wants to live here, and to dynamically change that through what seems to me an urbanization plan of Cannon Beach needs to be really thought about before it goes forward. I've lived here long enough to see the changes, so to be told that, you know, you can't keep living in the past and wanting Cannon Beach to be as it was, I certainly have seen the changes, and how Cannon Beach has developed into a place that everyone from all over the country and the world wants to come to, the beauty, the magnificence. And I feel that we are stewards and protectors of that, rather than just developers, and to fundamentally change the character of the beauty of Cannon Beach. So anyway, thank you.
Robert, do we have anyone else? No. Okay. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? With that, we will close our public comment section. Thank you to everyone for staying here into the start of our evening. What do we want to do now? We had talked last time about having a list of coming to this meeting prepared with a list of things that we didn't want to see. We've had feedback. I have been approached directly by people with concerns about this process. Voicing what I said earlier. When I asked to really think about it, I've been thinking about Mr. Neal's comment on it being a plan and what does a plan mean. One thing that I thought, and I kind of tied together, it's interesting, a letter that I think it was Debatia wrote, and that was tying funding for parking fees to affordability. And that got me, and affordability, and there was one other thing, and I have the letter here, we all have it. That got me thinking, well, at a higher level, how are these pieces that we have marrying together? You know, the transportation, the TSP had a section that talked about, I've forgotten the verbiage they used, but, you know, it wasn't marginalized communities, but basically people what's the word? It's 9:30 and this is why I don't like going long. Basically, well, I'll just say marginalized communities who need, you know, help from an affordability standpoint. How does that relate to transportation? We don't really address that. I don't even think we address in this plan what that means. And I'll have to look up the word, but maybe we could. Maybe if we took a step back and we looked at it more from 30,000 feet, it could be more of a plan than just a menu item. We heard that a number of times. We have these different things we like or we don't. We're going to kick that forward up to the city council, and they're going to give us the city some kind of plan that they can run with. Jeff, is there any reason we need to rush this through? Is there some sort of grant the city's trying to get? Is there some project that we need to really force this through, or can we take some time to think about this from a larger perspective?
Clay, can I make a comment before
Of course.
Jeff jumps in? it seems to me that we would be asking too much to try together maybe housing and transportation plan at this point. It seems like this transportation plan gives us pieces that we can talk about, and then we can tie them to other plans. We can have our housing plan, which I believe Jeff is working on, and a transportation plan, and we say, where do they meet? But I think we need the plans to exist before we try to take on a Herculean task of solving all of the problems in one plan. Does that make sense?
I absolutely think that does make sense. I think I'm thinking more globally. So
Right, and I love the global thinking, and I think that that's what we need, right? But we need pieces before we start building. And the way I vision this plan is that all it is doing is setting out a way for us to continue the conversation. So when you talked about the conversation earlier, this isn't pros, this isn't cons, but I think we have to have a plan in place so that we can start taking the pieces and saying, now, what do we want to do with this piece? Parking is a big one. So we have a plan, we can maybe get some funding around it. And you're right, then that's when we take Bob Attia's idea and we say, let's make a concrete proposal that actually might go somewhere. Because at this point, this is an aspirational plan. None of these things is at a point that we can take them and say, as a city, we're ready to implement. This is just to create a framework so that we can take the pieces one by one, and in my understanding. So to me, I am in support of the plan because I think it has enough pieces that work. And I think we'll have a chance tonight to say, what do we want to deal with the really problematic ones? Let's get a plan for plan, as Charles said in his email, in place, and then let's do this. Let's really drill down on the important pieces, such as parking and such as how do we tie that into other city needs.
I think the challenge for me in doing that is we don't know what our overriding, and I absolutely want to do that, but I think the challenge for me in coming to a decision on any one point, I want to know, I want to have an idea of where we collectively agree on what's the theme behind what we're trying to accomplish. Are we trying to, let's take parking, for example. If we have an overriding theme, let's say we have a mission statement that is something like the comprehensive plan statement that says we're going to protect the village character, the environment. If we have something like that as an overriding statement, and it just could be a paragraph long, I think it will help shape the sorts of decisions we make about the individual items that we're talking about. So if we spend the time to come up with that statement, if we spend the time to say, hey, this affordability thing is something we need to figure out, and there's an opportunity, even if it's just a sentence in there saying, at every opportunity, we will look for chances to support transportation for those people that may not be able to live in town.
And that could be done with adding a consideration bullet point to that section.
Which may be the way to do it. Frankly, I don't have the answer to what a plan is. I just know that if I don't know what I'm trying to protect, I can't vote on why I would say yes or no to a bike trail or lining parking spaces. We have to. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, I was going to say, and also the attaching it to the comprehensive plan in this form really bothers me, because the comprehensive plan, I want to see more general policies, not specifics. In other words, once you put something in the comprehensive plan, an idea, a four-way stop at this street, as a menu item, then it becomes harder to get, you can argue, well, it's in the comprehensive plan, a four-way stop at this intersection. I think I'd rather see attached to the this could be an addendum or it could be an attachment.
This is.
But I'd rather see not replacing the transportation section of the comprehensive plan like you suggested here, but rather having a much more general idea. In fact, I agree exactly with what Clay said about having some sort of an overarching goal for the sections, and then you can work from there back. But the way it is right now, just this list of things, I just have a problem with it.
So I didn't understand it was actually part of the comprehensive plan. My sense was that it was a standalone city plan. Am I actually wrong about that?
No, it's supposed to be, I mean,
It's supporting material as the supporting material to the transportation element of the comprehensive.
well, no, you said here, physically replacing the transportation element with the information developed for the TSP. So just completely replace the transportation section of the comprehensive plan, or modifying the transportation element to reflect updated content from the new TSP, or otherwise indicating that the updated TSP supersedes the out-of-date transportation element. So it is part, it would be, we would be adopting it really as part of the comprehensive plan.
Yes, as part of the comprehensive, as supporting material of the comprehensive plan, we're not repealing sections or and amending it with something that comes later. It's we chose to do that as a second part of this.
And what about your first bullet? You responded to my question with, which says physically replacing the transportation element with information developed for the TSP. That sounds to me like it is replacing it. I asked that question, I asked is I don't understand why it has to be added to the comp plan or be part of the comp plan. And you were explaining it to me.
Yeah.
Because you said the current transportation section is outdated, and I get that.
It is.
But to me, this is way too specific.
Yeah.
A laundry list of things that could be done. I guess I look at the comp plan as kind of like the Constitution, you know, all the laws are made to try and, or the ordinances are formulated to try and, you know, make what's in the comprehensive plan viable. And I think that this is way too specific to be added to the comprehensive plan. I mean, that's just my feelings. I want to see a more generalized philosophical idea of what we want or what we want to accomplish.
Yeah, I think I hear a lot of people feeling this is really squishy. I mean, it was last time we discussed it and we were talking about parking and, you know, I agree with what you say, but I'm a little bit more specific and it reflects kind of what Randy said. There is no vision whatsoever in this thing. I mean, we have dealt with existing problems and we put Band-Aids on them with this. What's the vision that takes cars off the road, reduces carbon emissions, and gives everybody, residents and visitors alike, a good experience? We didn't try any of that here. These are not very steep reaches, you know, for a city like this. So, you know, it's kind of like what you guys say. Well, tell me, how are we going to evaluate these proposals when we're done? I say, give the people of the city, something that they can buy into that makes them excited about this. And nobody that I have talked to is excited about it. Nobody. So here's one. You guys were talking about permitting. Somebody brought it up in the letters. Why don't we just go ahead and create parking out there at Southwind? We have a bunch of shuttles. We rent. We contract with somebody, we work with the state, maybe the shuttle can go all the way out to Arcadia Beach and all the way up to Ecola Park. And you can't park in the city unless you got a permit. I mean, you know, and we give permits to residents and people who are renting a place or a hotel room. I mean, that's the kind of vision that gets us from where we are to where I think we'd all like to be, but it's missing in this. I don't know that it's the right thing, but we don't have that. I mean, we talked about last month, whenever it was, when was it? Anyway, we talked about putting language in here that describes this exactly what it is. And it's a menu item or a plan for a plan or whatever you want to call it. But, you know, that I don't see that language in here anymore.
As I referred back, as like I said in the document, if you refer to page of the document, it's got the goals and objectives section. Transportation system goals, 3.1, preserve Cannon Beach seaside village charm, 2, balance the needs of different transportation system users, downtown and midtown, enhance the safety and emergency preparedness, foster a sustainable transportation system. And it's got objectives under each one of those. And so I think what, you know, I've heard is that you guys may want to make that more visionary, or you want to, add whether it's different user classes or whatever, there's your goals and objectives right there. And that's the vision of this plan. And so, yeah, I mean, many of those things that you've discussed, south wind parking, offsite parking and things like that are discussed or were discussed as part of the process. It was just not adopted by the PAC group and forwarded. And it was not something, it was classified, or it was, offsite parking was part of the surveys. It was part of every one of these discussions we've had, Mike.
Well, I hear you, Jeff. I looked at the state's transportation system plan.
Yeah.
There were very clear directions to get cars off the streets.
And that's what this plan is trying to do by building a pedestrian and biking network. That is what we're trying to do, is move people away from their cars. We're trying to do it with different transportation systems, by keeping with a transportation information network to keep your cars at home, with Portland and apps that do that as well. So all of those items that you're suggesting that you're wanting to do is in this, but we do not, unless we make decisions to put a plan in place and start working on those individual sections, no, we'll never get it done. And so when speaking to the chairs, what's pushing us, I would just say that nothing ever pushes anything. It's just that, do we want to have a plan in place? We have never had one in place. So I keep hearing, I see how things have changed and it's not for the better or whatever. Yeah, that's because we have no plan in place to do anything about anything. We are going from talk about Band-Aids, from one Band-Aid, one Band-Aid, one Band-Aid, and we're making up Band-Aids. We're not even using Band-Aids because of that. And so the first step is to take a bold initiative and put a plan in place, and then we can work on those. Nothing says you can't amend that plan as well. That's the vision. That's the challenge before us.
But Jeff, I don't think that putting in bike paths is going to solve our parking problem in the least bit. It's just like what they did in Portland when they took away the requirement that apartment buildings need to have a certain amount of parking spaces. They took that requirement away, and now people are parked in front of everybody's houses. You have to drive blocks and blocks and blocks.
Sorry, Liz, what were you saying? Something?
I'm saying that I don't see how having bike paths is going to resolve our parking problems.
I didn't say that. No one said that, Lisa. I'm saying we have elements within here that are projected to solve that parking problem.
Like what?
Like the demand systems and the apps that can be utilized, and paid parking. All of those things are different components to solve the parking. Starting by striping the downtown corridor areas. All those things are parking management things. They're listed in there as separate items to start working on.
Right, but that's not going to stop the influx of cars.
It can, yes. If we, just like Deb or Bob, Tia has mentioned, paid parking programs, all of those things are steps. There's a continuum in this document that shows you. Here's the first step you could take, which is just painting the stalls in town. Second, move to the next net, so each one of those, to the end thing where we were talking about, move them to offsite parking. So each one of those is part of that continuum, but we have got to start somewhere. It's not to step back and say more and more and more and become an analysis paralysis. That is what I've seen in the 4 years since I've been here. We just do not make those decisions.
Because people don't necessarily agree with the proposals you put up. So you're going to get analysis.
Yeah, Mike, they'll never agree with our proposals.
Oh, hey, Charles.
Perfection is not a possibility. It just won't happen.
But better is. And there is nothing in here that gets cars off the road. It is even mentioned as a goal of our transportation plan. There might be an impact of getting cars off the road, but there's nothing that says our goal is to get cars off the road. There's nothing that says we want to reduce carbon emissions. There's nothing that
let's
says
add
we
that.
we don't want people parking in front of everybody's houses, including their driveways, because we don't have enough parking. And so we put in stop signs and get scooters and put striped parking spaces. That doesn't reduce volume.
There is all kinds of, there's all kinds of things in here about congestion and moving traffic off and solving the parking solutions. Each one of those does exactly what you're talking
Where is it in the
about.
goal? I mean, I go to the Oregon one and I know exactly what, that's the first thing they say.
That is what I'm suggesting. If these goals, number 4, foster sustainable transportation system objectives, if those 5 objectives don't say exactly what you want, you have an opportunity to ask for an amendment of that. That's what I'm getting at, not to step back and say we need more time to think. Just like Mickey suggested, drill down on those things that we can amend and correct that you want to do.
We kind of did, and we got a bunch of, no, you guys are all wrong. And
Wait a second. I never, so this was part of, I have to say, I was really frustrated that people didn't take some time in the past month to submit some ideas for physically changing this plan, because I think that is what each of us, it's incumbent upon us as commissioners, if we see something that needs to be changed, to bring it up as an amendment and not just to say we need more time. So that is why I was really hoping in the last month, each one of us could write what are the amendments we are looking for that makes this plan work.
We did.
And I think that's where we need to be.
I did. We all did.
Not all of us. I did not do it, and I'll tell you why I didn't.
No.
One, I don't remember. I remember us saying, let's come prepared. I don't remember us saying we were going to submit our ideas to Jeff to put into an email. And the reason I didn't want to do that was because we have a number of people saying they don't feel included in this process. And I didn't want to have one more place where someone could come in and say, you guys are backrooming this. I didn't remember it. That I did not recall it. That may have been what we said. I do remember asking
Questions. We were supposed to give questions, submit questions.
Said we would come prepared to talk about what we didn't want to see, what we liked. We said Bill was going to change the language that Mike had prepared. And then we got hit with a 468-page package tonight. And I feel like I've got a part-time job. So maybe we did say that, maybe I should have. I can tell you my first concern was transparency.
Yeah, I agree
with the public in this process. I did not want to do that. And maybe I'm wrong. Did we say we were going to?
I thought we said we would ask Jeff questions, and I submitted a question.
And I did too.
But I did not think we were going to make actual suggestions on changes off the record. I don't like that.
And it was my understanding that if we submitted something, that is part of the record because we are submitting it as a member of the public.
So we expect the citizens to read 400 pages to get to that.
Sorry, they're going to keep coming at you. I'm sorry about that.
Well, Jeff,
I'm just saying, I just want you guys to be prepared.
Jeff,
there are questions asked.
I have never gained more respect for the job you have to do than in the role we're in now. I have lost friends over my rulings on both sides. I can rule no way and not come out losing people, friends. I understand and respect the difficulty in this. At the same time, I'm going to do everything I can, regardless of what someone thinks of me, to try to keep this process run by someone who is considered a member of the community that represents the interests of the community. So when the community says to me, slow down, take your time with this, let us know what's going on, I am going to listen to that, because I have seen in just that stormwater question where you saw my voice get cracked, it's like, oh, I can kind of see how people get annoyed with the city on this process. They feel like they're not listened to. So I have to get mad. I have to be their representative here, and I have to listen at some level to them, what they're saying. So that's why, frankly, this conversation we're having now is so important, because the people who are listening right now, who are in the room now and on Zoom, spent the time behind this, and they represent a number of people behind them who are talking about what they want, and they're confused by this. I can tell you, I'm in real estate all the time. This is big. This is a big job. It does not get done in one meeting, 2, or even probably 3. This is going to take us a while. And we have 6 different opinions here tonight in terms of what's important. We have to have these conversations to kind of vet out. I could go multiple ways on this. I could go, you know what? I could take or leave most of the things on here. City council, have fun. Because they're going to change it anyway. Or we could dive deep as a group of people who represent the citizens in this community and try to really come up with something that feels like it's going to at least somewhat represent a path. Not perfect, because I know we'll never get that. I agree with you. But we have to make that effort to, one, give them a process that they feel decent about, and two, give them some kind of a plan that they feel like that we've listened to them on.
And I would say that I'm trying to do that as well, Mark. Right?
I understand.
And I am a citizen as well.
And the push and pull that we have here tonight is what we need.
Exactly. And so I just want to go on record as well, though, as saying that I try to do the best for the city as well. And so does all the staff that I work with.
There's no doubt of that. And I don't always
trying to do that.
And you're going to hear about that, but we're going to push and pull till we get something good. And that's just the nature of process.
No one's criticizing the staff or criticizing you. It's just, we're not.
I'm not, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to say, I just want you to know, though, it's not going to get any smaller or quicker, and it's going to be a big burden, and we just need to prepare because we're going to have more of these long.
Well, then what I'll say is my understanding is the city council has 7 meetings this month. A 468-page package that we have postponed to the next meeting. When you're telling me we're getting a bunch more. Tonight, I heard something that just started to make sense. Probably have a bunch of people trying to ram applications home before we change the zoning code. So I know what my summer is going to look like. A bunch more projects that are not subject to the new zoning code because people are concerned about that.
I think that could be. So I'm not saying that it's not, but it's also just, we are very busy, just that as you're in real estate, or it's just a busy time. We've got a lot of stuff out there. So I just want you to prepare that, because I know that we have 3 or 4 that will be coming in the next 2 months. And so I'm not saying that you need to rush anything. I just want you to be aware of that. That's the only reason I say these things.
Well, then I think part of the process for me anyway is the conversation we're having tonight. What's important about this? And I don't have the answer. I have some thoughts on it. I have some things that I think are important, but I know I'm not the only vote, and I'm very pliable in terms of which way we go. I just want to make sure it's a process that feels like we've given it our best shot.
Well, then could I suggest that we start somewhere in the plan, and as we just work through the sections, let's bring up the points. What's the sticking point for each person? Is there something that needs to change? Is there something that needs to be added to go away? Let's get concrete here, because we're having so much conversation about, is this faster? Is this slow? And what do we want to do? And I think that maybe if we actually start thinking about the language in the plan, we'll figure out where our issues are.
One of the things that thank you, Mickey, Charles. One of the things that I thought was really good and made me feel great about the whole thing, and no matter what came out of it, we were going to be in pretty good shape, was the language Mike came up with last week. Bill, you said you were going to amend. I swear I saw it. And
It's here.
Those amendments
in there.
Yeah. It's here.
I have so much paper in front of me. I feel kind of guilty talking about protecting trees and then looking at all this.
Tried to speak. Charles?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think one thing that's particularly important is I've heard over and over and over here tonight, everybody saying, well, the community didn't hear us. It's not what they want. And we're hearing something else. Somebody told me this, somebody told me that. In my opinion, the consultants did a pretty comprehensive outreach, and you can't put a gun to somebody's head and say, you got to answer this questionnaire and send it in. I guess if we're going to criticize that, I'd like to know what else we need to know in very specifics, and what are the alternatives? Because this whisper game, somebody said that somebody said that somebody said. I don't want to be voting on that.
Are we all open to that? Bill, I haven't seen the language. I apologize. I still don't see it. I still don't see it when I go through these pages, but I do know I provided questions.
Right there.
And I feel like this happens a lot. I don't know, Jeff, if I'm working against you or against you, but you took all of my questions and simply rebutted it after telling me they were good ideas. That's part of the problem, is we can't come in and have a planning commission driving the agenda because everything we say gets shot down.
I'm trying to, so Mike, what are you saying? How are projects in the TSP move forward? We gave you an answer to that. Is that not?
The answer, the recommendation by Michael was to provide language and put it in there. That was the recommendation, the fellow from Oregon. In the plan, in the plan. Yes, in the plan.
And you're not satisfied with those, including those?
Well, I'm looking at all of my questions and I get, concerns about the proposed trail. There's an answer. It just says, well, it's proposed before.
Well, no, the question, about what did you want? What are you looking for us to?
What
say?
I would
We're
like
just
is for a
saying
citizen to be able to look at the front page of this and say, I know how each one of these proposals are going to go through the sausage making. I don't see it. And I don't see this, and again, my apologies, because it's just kind of hard to find it here. The language that says this doesn't tie us to anything. Where is it?
right there. I just printed it out for you.
This.
That's your right.
Oh, so it's not.
Well, maybe to Mickey's point, we start there.
Start with what's on the screen.
We start with this, yeah. Actually, that's not what I have here. I can read off the screen.
Yeah.
Let's just start there.
I'm fine with the language, Bill. It looks good. The first paragraph. From the point of view of the drafter, the original.
So what we have on the screen is what Bill revised. Okay.
That looks great. So I assume there's a little more there.
No, that's all of it. That's it. That's it.
Well,
I think we should add the Parks and Community Services Committee to that list, because there are some things in the plan that affect city parks.
Yeah, I think I misnamed it. I called it Parks and Recreation. Wasn't there a cartoon that was
TV show?
Yeah, Parks and Community Services. But I mean, I think that needs to be in both paragraphs.
Okay.
and Jeff, what page again? Tell me where those goals, where was that?
30.
30.
30, thank you.
For some reason.
So it seems like maybe,
This
I'm just
30.
thinking out loud, if we had goals and then disclaimer language under that, it might be a good start.
Yeah.
It's 30 in the TSP.
Yeah, page 30 in TS.
And for some reason, my 30s. Okay. Everything got,
This one.
yeah, all my pages got a different order. So where is the thing about reducing traffic in the city?
It's not in there.
Hmm?
It's not in there. You didn't read it. I can't find, or the TSP is not in this package again, Jeff. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we didn't include the TSP document in this.
Can you
can go to
put
Kansas.
that
Yeah.
on
Yeah.
Page 30.
Okay, page 30 on the screen. Thank you.
Website.
No, I think we're talking about the transportation. Aren't we talking about now goals and objectives, page 30?
Right, that's what I asked to have on the screen.
Right.
We'll put that up.
Oh, okay. Because Jeff, I don't see anything in here about traffic under goals and objectives.
What's that, Lisa? I'm sorry.
I don't see anything in here about traffic, reducing traffic under goals and objectives.
It's kind of in goal 4.3, maintain acceptable traffic flow, but maybe it needs to be stronger to actually reduce traffic. That's on page 31.
Okay.
I agree, it needs to be stronger.
So let's talk about it. What language do we want instead? Reduce in-city traffic, period.
Let's get to it first, just a minute, please. There it is.
31. Right.
Good.
Yeah.
So seek ways to reduce traffic flow.
I mean, fostering a sustainable transportation system sounds really great, but I would like to see that goal be to reduce the amount of the number of cars within the city.
I agree. That would be great.
Because I don't know what that means. Foster a it's like, planning speak. It doesn't mean anything to me. I'd rather it's just, we say directly what we want.
So Lisa, would you make a new goal like a 4.6 or whatever that said reduce the number of vehicles in the city of Cannon Beach?
Or it could be a goal 5 as well, I suppose.
So wait a second, objective 4.6 or a new goal?
Well, I think it should be a goal. I think that's at least my impression is that people would like to see traffic reduced in the city. People who live here in particular, but even and second home people too, would like to see the city be more user-friendly. Like you could actually go to the post office during the week without going at midnight. So I think that I don't like that wording, reduce traffic in the city. There must be a nicer way to say, or better way to say that, more articulate.
I think
sounds
you were saying,
childlike, but
like Barb was saying, reduce automobile traffic and
in city limits or something like that.
Yeah. As a goal.
As a goal.
And then let's come up with some objectives like move parking out of the city.
Develop a shuttle system.
Yeah, develop a shuttle system, collaborate with the state on.
So I see that in chat, someone had a suggestion for how to say this.
Okay, let's see it.
It looks like Michael said, reduce the number of single occupancy vehicles, supporting the use of alternative modes, and promote the lowering of greenhouse gas emissions. Sounds like a winner.
No, reduce the number of vehicles. Period.
Yeah, reduce the number of vehicles would be the overall goal, and ways to reach that would be those ideas that he just said.
And he's one of the consultants.
Yeah, that's Michael.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
The state, I think.
But here's what I want to know is how do you encourage people? I mean, I haven't seen it. How do you encourage people to ride share? How do you encourage people not to have single occupancy?
No.
You just say, don't do it. I mean, you put a newspaper ad out. I mean, how do you get
Isn't
people?
that
to
our
do
national problem? I mean, across the entire country, that's our issue.
But it is.
So I don't think we're going to single-handedly fix it here in Cannon Beach.
But we're seeing
We can do
it.
it tonight.
But we're
That's
yeah,
right.
We're going to do it tonight. We're here till
5 minutes.
No. No, but I'm saying that that Cannon Beach has this problem many times over. I mean, it's like a microcosm of that problem. And it's just all, coming in here. And so I think that the goal has to be to reduce the traffic in the city, and all these other suggestions can
filter
go under it as objectives.
Well, I think Michael from ODOT would like to say something.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Hi. It's Michael Duncan from Oregon Department of Transportation, and appreciate you letting me speak here. So I think it's a great point. And I like what's happening here, kind of working, workshopping these a little bit to drill down and make them even more tailored to the community than the attempt here. I would point to the policies, and I'm not trying to jump ahead here, but the progression is you have a goal, like what we're talking about, reducing number of vehicles or single occupancy vehicles, or however we want to say that. And then you have supporting policies, which is in the next section 3.2, and then you would go to automobile policies, or there's one in there about transit or transit supportive policies that work to achieve those. We're still talking at a policy level. Now, granted, this is a policy document. TSPs are policy documents. And so as far as strategic plans go and long range plans, they look a little bit different, but they follow this basic format. So you have these policies in here, and then those are supported by, when people think goals, objectives, actions, you have your ordinances, or you've identified programs or projects that then support those policies. But by having these policies, and by having these policies referenced as part of, goal 12 of your comp plan, and in theory, this should be in strong alignment with what your comp plan is, you would be realizing those improvements at some point in the 20-year horizon. This is a 20-year planning document. So if you can get some of those through your zoning ordinance update or your code update, then those might be real near-term actions that are happening. Others, it's hard to exact that change at the forefront of that 20-year planning horizon. Thanks.
Thank you for being here tonight.
Yeah, that's helpful.
Mike, you had said something earlier. I mean, maybe we want to even take a step back. Maybe we say reducing carbon emissions, and then we come back to reducing traffic, and then we can talk about trips within the city. Someone takes a car from one side of town to the other. You start really high and drill down from there. And maybe that's too high.
It's all good. I mean, it's better than where we're at right now. I don't object to it, as long as the language reduce traffic within the city, reduce carbon emissions,
Reduce carbon emissions, reduce cars, reduce in-city trips. It all kind of builds.
Eliminate the burden of parking on local residents,
Well, that's another one, then you have reducing the trips, but then you have
Parking enforcement is, all those things lead back to that idea of trying to control the number of cars in the city and trying to control even higher up greenhouse gases,
Yeah.
So, and they all filter back to that ultimate goal,
Yeah.
Right.
So.
If you're not getting anything you can use, are you?
Well, no, I think you can, like what you just said on the, whether it's carbon or which ones you settle on, just make that. And then you've already thought of 2 objectives that could go under that. And so that's what I would suggest. The other, you've got your goal 2, balance the needs of different transportation system users. It says 2.1, manage parking to make the best use of existing and potential parking capacity before considering new parking areas. If you want to add one there that, seasonal demand, overflow areas, when you're talking about offsite, then put something in there for that. That's one of the objectives. If
You guys object to that? That's a good idea. But I think that
works.
But I think overall, if we're going to be successful at this, we got to get cars out of the city. And I don't know why you tell me we didn't put offsite parking in there because it just didn't make the cut. Why? Yeah, never mind. I'm getting into the weeds. I think it's fine. It's a good idea. It's a good idea, Jeff.
I think offsite parking, I'll look back and I'm pretty sure offsite parking is still one of the things suggested.
It's in there. It's medium priority, high dollars,
but that's because you tried the other first steps to see if that does solve it without spending those offsites, are very difficult to make successful, and if your other processes like paid parking and all that could solve it, that's not going to solve it by putting it off-site. Second and third steps before you go to the
But why not? Why not say, why do you need to do all that? Because you haven't convinced anybody that what we put in here is going to make a difference.
What I'm saying, Mike, is that each one of those are in there, right? And that's why it keeps getting referred back to it as a menu item. Because quite frankly, if you go to the city council and say, our first priority is to do something about parking, they can then look at those different things and suggest a study that would help them understand that the process and if paid parking, how that can affect it as opposed to an off-site one.
Well, I don't know why that would be proposed in here as an action item. They'd study on parking and off-site parking and permitting of cars. And, you know,
they would do that as the background for one of those studies. I mean, they do that to solve that parking management.
I think, Mike, that what you're asking for is exactly why we want to get this plan in place. So if this plan is in place, we can actually then say, okay, now we get to choose among the alternatives. Does it make sense to go straight to offsite? Does it make sense to try something first? But we need to have this framework that says, here are the things we're going to compare. That
you're right.
City
You're
council
right.
needs to look at.
You're absolutely right. But what I would then, another recommendation I would make is offsite parking high priority.
Well, then let's do that. Let's amend
Let's do
that
it.
section to say that we suggest an amendment to this plan to make that a higher priority, and city council can take that up.
Yep. Do you object, Chuck?
I don't. That's you guys. That's what you're discussing.
So let's do it.
Just like Mickey said, I'm here to listen to what kind of amendments you want here.
Is anybody object to that?
I don't know, because I've heard people say, and again, to your point, Charles, it doesn't mean it's a majority. I have heard people say they don't want that option. They don't want more parking because it just means more people.
But you'd have to combine it with permitting and no parking in the cities without a permit.
Well, if you take something away, maybe that's a different story.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like they do up in the Columbia Gorge area where they do a certain number of people come into the, can park, and then that's the end of it.
Arcadia Beach is the same way. You got a beach that's 2 miles long and you've got room for 50 cars on that whole state park.
Yeah.
You know, one thing I saw in the wetland language actually was, and I don't even know where it is now, but the gist of it was, we'll start with the plan that is basically impacts the wetland the least, and then we'll move to progressively to more impact. What if we look at these projects in terms of, what if we have an overriding policy that says we're going to start with the idea that has, well, you know, not necessarily the least impact, but the least cost. That's been another thing that's concerning. You know, offsite parking is going to, you know, it isn't going to be around here. We don't have a spot for it. And you're going to have a bus. It's expensive. So another thing people have said is, this is too much money. Where do we find the money? Well, why don't we start with something that's a lot easier to manage than buying that offsite lot?
That's what this plan does, though.
We own a lot already.
But this is why I think that if you look at how the plan is structured, it starts with things like, well, do the stop signs first. Don't go build a roundabout, which I'm not a roundabout fan. I will just say that. That's my example. And it does the same thing with parking. It says, do the striping first, then try this, then try this. And when I look at this, I see a progression from the low-hanging fruit, from the least expensive to the more expensive options.
I agree totally with Nikki.
For sure.
But I see no incentive to get to the more comprehensive options. You know, what I'm concerned about is we stop with stop signs and painting roads
but that's not going to happen in this community. We're not going to stop. We're going to keep going.
Maybe. I mean, who's driving the TSP, right? Well, you will be, maybe.
Mr. Negative.
I'm always this way, Charles. You just never got to know me very well. All that time in yoga, you just never paid attention.
Think positive. Think positive.
I say think realistic. That's
Mike, I think my question is, the thing that drives to the more comprehensive end point is need. So you start small, and if it's not working, there will be a need that will keep the momentum.
Yeah, I'll give it up. You guys have convinced me.
Okay.
On just the outside parking, on just the outside parking.
I do like,
Fair enough.
I do like.
Scared me there.
statement.
Huh?
I like the idea of having the statement up front of saying, you know, we practically move from least to most expensive, but I do like having some kind of statement like is in the wetland study that just says, hey, in every case, we're going to try to move from the least, let's just take cost, least expensive to more.
It's in there.
But I'm saying at the front, right? So we have, I'm building the very first thing. We have a couple, here's the problem. It's in here.
I know.
It's like everything else. I mean, it's in here too, but I don't know. So I want to say that's up front.
And the plan is, I mean, I know that, I've seen so many plans like this. They're written in planning people speak. Planese. And people are turned off by that. They feel suspicious of it because there's all these words like, you know, we're looking for this sustainability, blah, 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 blah. And it just doesn't mean anything in the end. Whereas it means something if you say, reduce the number of cars in the city, rather than saying, looking for sustainability, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? It just, it makes you suspicious. It makes people suspicious when they see all this plan speak or planese, as you said, like that, planese. They feel suspicious of it because it's not really just saying what you want, you know, or what you'd like to do, or giving you a plan in just regular English. And I'm just, so I think what are we doing? Are we going to say that's goal number 3? Number 3, goals and objectives. Are we going to say under that, are we going to have reduce the cars in Cannon Beach, reduce the number of cars in Cannon Beach as a goal? And then we have the objectives under it. Or the.
So I would suggest for your path forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you don't want planeries and you want to make these changes, you guys make the notes and changes.
Okay.
And give them to us. This is what Mickey had suggested prior, and I think Mickey is probably still on board with that. You know, if you're trying to build transparency and you don't want it to come from staff and you don't want planeries, well, you guys can do that.
Fair enough.
I have worked with planning commissions that do their findings. They do everything. So I know I've worked both processes. So if you want to, 100% transparency and it's in your hands from now on, you want to put the packets together, I'm happy to do that. But 400 pages, and update the website, really love that. But anyhow, you can do that. You guys can take control of that. This is a perfect example of where you could do that.
I'm happy with that. We should just take it. I mean, I'll take a stab at writing that goal if you don't object. Or we can all take a stab and,
Well, I'm not opposed to it either. I just think we have to have the conversation so that we have some sort of shape around where we should spend our effort. I mean,
You're right. And I like your idea. I just don't know if I'd go low cost to high cost.
But
I'd go high impact to low impact.
I agree, but the high impact stuff is, the parking lot. If our goal is to get cars out of the city, for example, the highest impact is to find a site off out of the city.
There is one.
Then it's that's a more.
What is one?
South Wind.
Yes. Do you know how much it is to cost for development of that site? Have you run that by ODOT of what that cost is projected at? That's what I'm asking. Have you?
No, but
and I can tell you it's a pretty penny. So second, but on that note is that each one of these things, if you want to look at taking the high impact, low impact, and what gets done as to what Barb might say, is look at the Parks and Trails Master Plan. There's 30 some odd 40 items in there. They haven't done any of them because they're mostly, wild ideas that never got done.
Yeah.
Oh, so I saw in the last presentation that we have $2.5 million available. Was it 2.5 with everything would cost 2.5? Everything would cost 5. including the offsite parking. So my guess is that offsite parking is $2.5 million. I'm wondering why we're spending money putting up stop signs, which down there at Tolavana costs somewhere around $130,000, and not just putting it in. Something is gonna.
But in the plan, it says 7,000. Before we stop.
That was to correct an intersection as well.
No, I mean, in this plan,
Yeah.
to do four-way stops.
That one costs 130.
Yeah, but this is gonna cost $7,000. And I went through downtown twice in my car by myself, twice today, and they're treating it like a four-way stop already. You know, I mean, it was just crazy. I kept thinking about coming where I'm coming to this.
You came down Sunset.
No, I went right down Hemlock.
Okay, and I'd like to take out the option, even the option of roundabouts.
Yeah, I would too.
I would agree.
Can we all agree on
I
that?
don't like them.
Can we make a
Take it
motion
out.
to remove the
Yes.
roundabout? I move that we
Yes, do it.
we could do something tonight. I move that we remove the roundabout option from the TSP.
And scooters.
And Scoot, I was going to do scooters
Wait a
next.
second, I just drafted language, it's going before the,
But don't we have to take it out of this plan too?
well, the plan does not, it just suggests.
Oh,
Okay, I
okay.
asked that we remove, I move that we remove the suggestion.
Well, it can stay because what we're doing is looking at all kind of what we're calling.
Wait a minute. I thought we could take out things we didn't like. That's what I was told last time.
But I'm saying that it doesn't say for scooters in here. It says to draft legislation to manage scooters.
Oh, we're talking scooters versus roundabouts. How about if we separate those two?
Yeah, I'm talking about roundabouts now.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm talking about roundabouts. Taking that off the quote unquote menu,
Okay.
just removing it. So I've made a motion that we suggest to the council that they remove the roundabout option from the menu.
Yep.
From the TSP.
TSP menus, yes.
And I will second that.
Jen, let's vote.
Commissioner Knopf,
Yes.
Commissioner Bates.
Yes.
Commissioner Moritz,
Yes.
Commissioner
Is my call.
Bennett, sorry, Commissioner Bennett,
No.
Commissioner Kerr,
Yes.
Chair Newton.
Yes.
Okay, now.
Just because we're on a roll, the language that,
Yeah, right.
the language that Bill has offered.
I think it's
Yes.
very good language. I
Great.
sent him a note.
Well,
I didn't see him smile. Did you get it?
I haven't. If you say it's on my email, I can take a look, but
Oh, no, it's just, I'm just
it's 10:30. He doesn't want to smile.
out in your back.
oh, yeah, there it is. Okay, good.
I'm making a motion to incorporate that into the TSP.
I second it.
Jen, do we have a?
Chair, point of order, chair shouldn't make.
I can never make, okay, all
I
right.
move
a motion
Go ahead, you do
that
it.
we put this language in the TSP.
I second it.
With a little bit of revision.
We have the park.
Parks and community.
Oh, yeah, with parks and, yeah.
What is this language? What's it called? This section?
I have it. It's a disclaimer
The
language.
disclaimer. Okay, move to incorporate the disclaimer language. Amended disclaimer language.
Yeah.
There you go.
You're good at 10:30.
Disclaimer language in the TSP.
And I seconded it.
And Lisa seconded. All right, are we ready?
Ready.
I ran out of check marks. You guys voted so much tonight. Commissioner Bates.
Yes.
Commissioner Moritz.
Yes.
Commissioner Bennett.
Yes.
Commissioner Kerr.
Yes.
Commissioner Knopf.
Yes.
Chair Newton.
Yes.
Okay, now, Jeff, could you explain why we can't do a scooter thing, taking that off the?
I'm not saying that you can't do anything, but I'm just saying that what's in here is that says the TSP suggests that the city adopts scooter and other types of legislation to manage those kind of things within the city. And I just drafted that for scooters or those type of devices. Now, there may be other things that we want to do. So I don't see harm in keeping what's in there because it's recommending what you guys are exactly want to do, which is not allow scooter rentals in town. And
I don't see how that language says that. I see that language saying the city should adopt regulations, et cetera, or rules about scooters, but what about no scooters?
well, yes, that's what you do. You adopt a code that says prohibit scooter rentals, and that's an exact, I drafted the language today that says that. So it will be at the city council for a work session next month, so.
And they will supposedly vote on whether or not to adopt that language.
So my guess is if you're putting it up, they're probably going to accept it, right? So why not just take the language out? Let's just take the language.
I'm
out.
just
I
saying the
move that
reason I
we,
don't want to do that, Mike, is just because I think it's tied to, that's just one of the different pieces of legislation.
I just was looking, e-scooters were supposed to fix travel in Rome, then they became a major problem. Looks like it's killing people and ruining the environment.
Yeah, no one's going to argue. I think that's what we want, right? And so that's what we're drafting the language for.
All right. Basic. Do you object? If you do.
No, I'm just confused. Why not just remove it? But
There's apparently more to it than just.
I'll tell you what, if
I think,
investigate that, and if there's not, then we get rid of it.
well, if we get rid of it though, doesn't, I mean, and I might not understand what get rid of it means, but if we get rid of it, doesn't it leave, if we have any room for interpretation or someone comes in and says your code doesn't address this, therefore I can come in, then the next planning commission or city council has to backpedal.
Absolutely. Yeah.
To deal with that. So the reason to just put a nail in it is so that no one could come in later and say, well, you don't have, your code doesn't address it.
Right.
And I
Is
think
that right? That's why you wouldn't take it out.
That's why you wouldn't.
Right.
Right.
So I think that's the answer.
I submitted some language that I think what's here is fine, but I would just add to it. So I wouldn't say just scooters. I would say merging something or other technology so that, because it's more than just scooters. There are many more things coming. Also, I think we need a moratorium until there is comprehensive regulation. And I think that we should recommend no franchises and no drop where you are rentals. So in other words, we want people to have to go to a storefront.
Yeah.
And it should be restricted to local businesses. And that means maybe Chamber of Commerce, that means maybe hotels, maybe fun cycle rentals or a small company, so that we get local business happening here around rentals. And that doesn't mean that never would you rent an emerging device. Maybe something comes along that the city decides is okay, but if it's done in the right way, it might be very effective. But the thing is to control how the rental happens, not the device itself.
I like that a lot.
Yeah, I do too.
Well, yeah, and I think, so Nikki, I'll send you the draft I just drafted.
Okay,
actually.
if you would,
just
that would be
kinda
great.
You can look at that because I'm sure the city will want feedback on that as we develop it, so.
And then, of course, you make an exception for a handicap,
Right.
Right. That has to be in there too.
What else are we talking
A
about?
little bit more controversial. I heard somebody talking about the sewer trail, that was not a successful, people were unhappy with that.
At the beginning.
At the
I
beginning.
think people love it.
Okay.
They love it.
So we're talking about going outside and putting a trail on the freeway there, or are we gonna use the existing sewer trail?
No, we use the trail.
Okay.
there.
Oh,
We call it.
Go ahead.
well, I was
the
just going to
lagoon
say,
trail, not the sewer
the new trail that's proposed, I'm a big proponent of bike trails. I think they're great. But I think that we could put language in that suggestion that you preserve as many trees as possible. You try and make the, you know what I mean, avoid damage to trees.
Yeah,
or
and I think
impact
not
to
make
trees.
it asphalt or anything, natural surfaces.
Right. And the Yukon thing, the only reason that really makes me nervous is it's a very tough corner. I live on that corner and I have to go down the street to make my left turn.
That is just one, that's not, the route is not chosen. There is no chosen route. That is the suggested route because that makes the logical sense as what we have kind of most right away, whatever, how it falls, it doesn't mean that's where it's going to go when we get to the project level. There's going to be different scenarios that are going to have to be suggested and mapped out and seen about, are we going to need to buy up right away or easements or,
Okay.
how does that fit? So that is just a suggested route. And like I said, it was done prior, and now it gets to this. We want it in this plan so that we then can take it to the project level. And, as far as saving trees and all that,
Well, if that language was in there, it would make it much more palatable to people. That's what I'm saying. In other words, why not put that language in that you want to do that? The intent is not, to have as little of an impact on trees.
Yeah.
Yes.
So how about a low impact amendment?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. You're saying that. Okay. I couldn't tell what you're saying. All right. So that putting an amendment in, and also to explore the safest possible route. Because what it looks like to people when they look at the transportation plan, there's this fancy map in color with a trail on it, and they think that's the trail. Yeah, I know you're saying that on the planning level, it's, not decided, blah, 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 but that is not how it reads. See, I'm yelling because I'm tired.
What if there was a disclaimer at the start that said, and I know we talked about this already, but let's actually put some language to it that says that any proposals here are for illustrative purposes.
Well, does that disclaimer language, Nikki, doesn't say that enough to, that's, I guess, what I'm.
Did she get it?
No, that doesn't say it enough. We're talking about the trail, and that I've heard more feedback about that trail than many other suggestions in here. And I think that we've got to make sure that that language is associated directly with the trail.
So it could be that section then.
Yeah. So that people are not, they just, so that becomes a goal and is to, if there's a beautiful old tree, you go around it. You spend the money to go around the tree and not knock it down I think that's really important. And it matters a lot to people in this community.
Document is what I'm saying.
Well, I don't see it in the document.
Can you read it?
Well, let's go to that section. Let's find it.
Yeah.
Can we put it up there?
I don't know exactly where that is. I mean, I'll look for it, and while you guys are going on to your next stuff.
Give me a page.
I think it's 4.
What do people think? I personally going to the couplet versus pedestrian plaza. Right now, the pedestrian plaza is suggested as the first alternative, couplet second. And I actually think the couplet, because it retains current parking, may be easier to try first. So my general suggestion would be to reverse the priority on which one we try first, but I don't feel strongly about that.
Oh, I think that the pedestrian plaza is a great idea. I mean, that's just me. I think it's a way better idea than the couplet. So I like that it is the first, I do. I just think that it would mean more outdoor seating for people. It would be a place you could go and just walk and not have to worry about cars. I don't know. I just think it'd be, but that's, I've been to many communities that have them, and I really have always enjoyed them. When they have streets blocked off where there's no cars on them, I think it's great. But
I do
I'm worried
too.
about the parking. I think that's the only thing I question.
Well, then they'll just have to not come to Canopy. I know. I
Page
just don't
74 is the bicycle plan, by the way.
I just don't want to see us,
Robert, page 74 is the bicycle plan.
I don't want to see us take away a great idea for the city because we want to make more parking spaces.
I don't think we have to take it away. It just would be trying it first, try the couplet, see how that goes. And, another plan would be the plaza.
I think you'll end up with the couplet is you just end up with just more traffic than ever, just all backed up going around there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about restricting parking. Why are we worried about it now?
Yeah.
I think
But
my
I'm-
only
I'm-
issue, we don't need to belabor this, it's not important. But my only issue is that I think it's a really bad idea to put in new parking. And so if you're gonna take that parking away and everyone says, oh, I can't bear this, it's so congested, I can't park when I need to do things like go to the post office, then we're gonna start hearing proposals for new parking lots.
Yeah, that's true.
Offsite. Isn't that what we
But
wanted?
offsite's expensive and takes a long time and people may or may not use it. Would you go offsite to park to get to the post office?
No,
I'm in the city.
I walk to the post
Yeah, I
office,
walk
now,
to-
but
But for
that's
those who
because I can't.
And you would
Yeah.
have a permit.
You'd have a permit to park, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
The offsite parking is not for,
The offsite parking
Parking
isn't for
for-
people who live here, it's for,
or work, hopefully.
Or work here, or for
It's
people who
the
are
people that
visiting.
coming here.
right.
Yeah.
people
But
are
again,
coming
to
for
have
the,
enough parking for the people who work here too. It's not like we can be taking away parking spaces. That's all,
Right.
that's my only thought with the
Right.
couplet, that
Yeah.
we do not have space in this city to remove parking right now. Even with offsite parking.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Which we're not making any headway on this.
So can I just say, here's where I thought it said it, and I think, it says it, but it's not as evident as you guys would want, is it says on page 77, when talking about the side paths would be constructed at grade and could be delineated with pavement striping or with hard packed materials like compacted gravel or turf. At grade, drainage could be constructed where pooling or flooding issues have been identified. And then it says side paths are cost-effective alternatives to traditional sidewalks, are relatively easy to construct, and are appropriate walking facilities. Where shoulders are too constrained for the construction of side paths, improvements would be limited to signage and pavements markings. So, it's kind of given them alternative there. We could specify, or you guys could come up with the language there, put that in there that says,
there's nothing about trees.
saving trees instead of, it suggests that where the shoulders are too constrained, that's, I think, the area where you would want to put that.
I think we have to have language like the highest priority will be given to tree protection in the construction of the path.
Yes.
Where preservation of trees will be the highest priority in path construction.
Well, I don't know if it's the highest. You want them to be safe, I think.
I was gonna say, that's gotta be the
Well,
highest.
yeah, safety, obviously. Okay, well, given a high priority.
Yeah.
Not the highest. Okay, high priority.
But I think we also need to remember that all of these things that are in here, they're gonna go through the process.
Right.
We're not gonna accept a design where they've cut down a bunch of trees.
I know, but you don't know who's going to be,
Oh,
you
okay.
don't even know who's going to
I
be
get you.
making decisions. If this happens 20 years from
Right,
now, we
that's
might
true.
be,
Okay.
It wouldn't be that specific language right there, Jeff. It's not where the path through the forest reserve is. It's not there. You're just suggesting that as a template, right? For
That would
the,
be a good place for, because it's talking about side paths in these bicycle transportation systems.
so could you put some language in there? Can we do that?
yeah,
About trees?
Just that amendment, yeah.
yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
I need a motion.
Okay, I make a motion that we amend the bike path section to say that we are giving any bike path or trail would give high priority to the protection of trees in the path right of way.
Good. Preservation and protection.
Preservation and protection, yeah, of trees in the path right of way.
I second.
Okay.
Jen, you want to take the?
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Commissioner Moritz,
Yes.
this is the same order as last time, sorry. Commissioner Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerr,
Yes?
Commissioner Knott,
Yes.
Chair Newton.
Yes. At this point, we have 20 minutes before we reach 11 o'clock. We have still a couple other things to talk about. And I think we should talk about what we want to achieve in our next meeting on this. Does that sound reasonable to everybody?
Yep.
And I have something for the good of the order
I
too, so.
do as well. So let's talk about first of all, I think, we said we wanted to take some things off and add to this TSP. We've done that. We wanted that language that Bill's drafted incorporated. That was a great job. And I think we have a little better idea we're starting to shape some idea of a larger vision moving to specific projects. So I'm pleased.
So at our next meeting, do we have another big brand new packet coming of information for another?
Likely.
Huh?
Quite likely. I think,
Plus we have the continuation.
yeah, we have continuations and then I don't know yet, but I suspect we have at least 2 more applications. I'm not certain of that. Without Katie here, I don't have my right hand person, but we had 2 that put in and said they wanted to get us more materials so that they could be on this agenda. The coming agenda, sorry.
Okay, the only thing is, because I think that, the TSP is getting sold short by being put at the end of a meeting, a big, long meeting, and we just don't, your bandwidth is just sort of gone by then.
I would suggest, and that's why I brought it up, is that, if you guys can stomach a special call meeting, that we call a special call meeting just for the transportation.
I think that's a great idea.
A work session.
Yeah.
Just get it done, or
Yeah.
through those.
I think that's a great idea because right now I feel like I'm half here.
Yeah. And that's why I wanted to stress, I just see the ones that have put in kind of a pre-application kind of conference discussions that, they're pending. And so
right.
I think we'll see those in the next 2 or 3 months. I'm not certain they'll be on the next one, but I think if we go ahead and put the special call meeting either next Thursday or the following Thursday and get a
That's
large chunk of this.
Really good idea.
Next Thursday. Yeah. I could probably do
Can I ask for a little bit more time? I'm going to be on the road next week. Can we do it the following week?
Next following Thursday? Is
Yeah.
Yeah. We had the joint meeting with the council on Wednesday.
On Wednesday or what?
Of this next week.
Yeah,
Next week.
So we're talking about the week after.
After.
Yeah, that following Thursday.
Yeah. That would be great.
What date is that?
Yeah.
7th.
The 7th, we have a council meeting that night
Oh,
On Thursday?
on Thursday. It's with CETA. Originally it was Wednesday, so we moved it to Thursday for one of the counselors.
Is there any problem with doing Wednesday instead of Thursday?
could we do Wednesday?
Wednesday, the chambers is open on Wednesday, the 6th.
It is. Could we do the 6th? July 6th? Okay, that'd be great.
At 6 o'clock?
Yeah.
Is Katie back after this week?
Yes. She'll be here Monday to
That was enthusiasm.
The process is going to be we meet, right?
Yeah, so you guys work
Yeah.
out what process you guys.
I don't mind the obligation to write what I think needs to be changed. But now that we know, I wasn't quite certain what you were requesting, but I don't object to writing up whatever I feel like needs to change, and I don't think anybody else here does.
Yeah, and then we just, and it's those, special session, anyone can listen in.
Yeah.
So it's not, there's no public access problem.
So broadly, when we have our special session, just to prepare for it, do we just want to take these different sections and individually do more of what?
Yeah. But maybe in an order, rather than just haphazardly jumping around, maybe start from the beginning and move through.
Sure.
Because otherwise I find it really confusing.
Mm-hmm.
Start page 1 and go progressively, like 30 to 72 to.
Correct me if I'm wrong, did we take the obligation to kind of rewrite these objectives and we did we not?
What would page 1 be to you here? I mean, where was it?
Oh, the cover.
Oh, I liked it.
Starting with the cover. All right. We don't like the pictures. Okay. All right.
No, well, I can ask that later.
Okay.
Just logistics.
Okay.
All right. Front to back special session coming up. Be ready.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just get this meeting on track here. May I have authorization for the chair to sign the appropriate orders?
I make the motion.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Will you call the roll?
The first one.
Yeah.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerr,
Yes.
Commissioner Knopf,
Yes.
Commissioner Bates.
Yes.
Chair Newton.
Yes. May we have the tree report? Are there any comments on it?
Looks like another positive week or month. Those right-of-ways, where were they? Jeff, do you recall? Are they just onesie twosies here and there? or what?
Yeah, I can't recall honestly. I think one was I can't.
One was on East Harrison.
East Harrison, and then over on area of 6th.
Right. Fifth Street.
Yeah.
You did a good job again. You look tired.
Are there any ongoing planning items? you want to discuss?
I have something for the good of the order.
I'll come back to that. I'll be ready here in a second.
I know.
We're good? Okay. How about the good of the order? Anyone have anything for the good of the order?
I do.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Okay, so it has come to my attention by some of the neighbors and constituents of the property with the 600 square foot house, the property which was the subject of Jeff Harrison's appeal. And the planning commission denied the appeal. It appears from the drawings that we were given of what was going to go in there, that what is actually happening there is different. And I'm really concerned about it because this was an appeal that we turned down. And so I want to make sure that we're not, for want of a better word, chumps, this whole thing, as we have been. This bad faith on this piece of property has gone on for years, and I just wanted to ensure that, I did write to Jeff about it during the month and asked him about it, but I don't know what the response is. I don't know if anyone has gone out there to look at the property to see if it is like the drawings, because my impression is that it isn't, and several other neighbors.
Yeah, so, we went out there, it's part of it's in the building process. And so they will call for inspections and the building official will come and inspect the property to the plans that are given. My understanding is they put in for a change of plans. And, from planning perspective, if it meets floor area ratio and those planning types of things, then it falls within the approved plans.
See, and I guess I don't understand that process, because this was a specific appeal based on plans that we were all got to look at. And so then they go and put in a change of plans. Planning Commission, of course, doesn't see that or is unaware of it. They put in something different, and then nothing. And then if it is not kosher, nobody sees it until it's already built, because that's when they.
This, within the planning, the zoning, and the development agreement and conditions, it meets all of those conditions and standards.
I guess it's sort of like that so-called garage, up on the top of the hill there, which has, we were told it was a garage, and of course it had beautifully finished windows on the second story, and it had, and it wasn't, it was a living loft, and it was obvious that it was. And so I don't know, that sort of, again, makes for real bad faith on this lot, because what was approved is now different. What was approved, the planning commission said, okay, this is what you want. Okay, you can do it. The planning commission agreed that it was an attached dwelling.
Yeah.
And now they've changed it.
Yes, and we get change requests. I'm pretty sure many, if not.
I know that. Yeah, I know, but on subject to an appeal, that seems to be.
But I'm sorry, that's still, it's not the same thing. A building permit has been approved, and so they can put in for change requests. And if they meet the building code and then those other things that I just suggested, we don't control that.
Including windows where there's not supposed to be a floor and.
Yes.
I mean,
windows.
No story, but there's windows there.
You can put windows in.
There's probably something we can learn from that, Jeff, I would say. I mean, it might be, it's one thing to say it's too bad, it's already gone. But what happened? How did we get from the point where he proposed a settlement? We rejected the appeal on the basis of that, and then he changes his mind. I guess the lesson should be, we should have put that settlement in the order. We should have put that drawing in the order. We didn't. So I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying, what do we do next time?
Would that prevent a change order if we had?
If we'd said it has to conform to the plans you submitted?
I would have to defer to Bill or somebody on that, because I've never seen someone not be able to put in change orders. I don't know. You can't.
Yeah, but not that many buildings are subject to appeals either.
So a few different thoughts about this discussion, and part of it you guys have already got to, and part of it isn't. And, the fact that it's appealed isn't so much a consideration unless something comes onto the appeal, as I think might, unless you put it, sorry, it's late and I'm not certain I'm completely coherent. So let me just try to, as best I can. If you put a condition on it, when a change order comes in, you look at the building code, you look at the planning, does it comply, and generally you approve it. If there are conditions in the approval that comes through the planning commission, then yeah, you have an issue. However, there's also things that the building code allows to happen that the planning department can't weigh in on. The building code is a statewide code that local jurisdictions can't change and can't amend. And to the extent the building code specifically allows some types of substitutions, we can't necessarily control it. And so there's a variety of different things depending on what's going on. It sounds like what I heard from Commissioner Kerr was that there may be windows going in where there weren't any on the plans. And so if the building code allows that change to occur without any review, then that's one thing. I don't think it does, because there's a variety of different things involving, especially if they're supporting walls. Then we go back to, is there anything in the planning with a condition or anything that prevents some types of changes? We don't have anything this one, maybe we look for it, but then also there's a limitation to that. When the appeals come, any conditions have to be imposed to implement the criteria in the code. And so if there's no criteria in the code that talks about, those types of things, that may be difficult to get a criteria. I don't think we could have one that just says no changes absolutely whatsoever, no way. And so that's sort of a stream of consciousness response that I'm not certain answers a question, but that's what I would look at when those types of concerns come up.
Doesn't matter if it's a PUD and that there were all sorts of agreements in connection with that particular piece of property, including no second story on a garage.
So, and that's where you'd run into the planning review, but the fact that it's a PUD would come into effect because the PUD would have, certain conditions that followed on from it. And certainly, I think this planning commission wishes that the PUD was approved back 5-7 years ago, had very different limitations on it, but we can only work with what the council approved for those conditions.
Okay, so if, let's say that the building turns out to be 2 feet higher than was permitted, and you have to wait till you go there, till the building inspector goes, he sees it's 2 feet higher. What does he do? Make them chop 2 feet off the top?
Yep, we've done
Has
that.
that ever happened?
City's done. that
Really?
on Spruce, yeah.
Okay.
Right around Spruce.
Okay.
Actually, it was Great Bell's house.
Oh, wow. Okay,
We made him chop it down.
okay. Well, that's good to know.
Well, we may take the whole thing down.
Done that too.
But yeah, the thing about it is that the window is obviously, I mean, there's no reason for a window if you're not having a living space there. It just, windows are expensive.
Because Jeff, you were the one who suggested you take those windows out in the original plans.
Yeah.
Are these the same windows that you originally
Yes.
said, please take them out?
But that was back in the loft area. There was a loft area, and it's not part of the garage, I think, Nikki's where you're talking about. I mean, I'm not for certain. Like Bill said, it's way late, but that's what I recall.
I think we've been taken. Yet again.
Once again, just to circle back, what's going on with the living wall? We had talked last about,
You'll get you probably will get your report next month on that.
we'll have a report on it.
Get it every year. Right.
Okay, great.
Hardly wait.
And then, when will we hear back? We had multiple, Robert, you visited the shoreline stabilization projects. We had 3 or 4 of those here recently.
Yes.
Hear back on your findings there.
Possibly next month. I have seen the initial installation. They have gone in, but the vegetation, I haven't confirmed if that's gone in yet or not. And so I think it'd be premature to issue a final report on that until confirming vegetation has gone in, the project is actually completed.
Okay. And then lastly, I don't think we should go to slate again. I've heard multiple times and I'm feeling myself like I'm not my best thinker this late. So we should probably figure out how not, well, we've talked about how not to do it. We'll just hold special sessions. We want to talk about a time where we just go, we're not going beyond, or are we just going to play that by ear for future
I
meetings?
think, I don't know.
How about just a rough point of reference so we can kind of,
10 o'clock seems reasonable to me.
okay, I'm
but-
fine with that.
Yeah.
Does that sound reasonable? I don't think we need to vote on or anything, just a point of reference for making sure that we
Well, I
have.
think we need to remember that there's times when we have to have work sessions.
Yeah, and just
know?
accept that.
Yeah, it sounds like we're building into a period where we're going to need a few of those. Okay,
Yeah.
great. If there's nothing else for the good of the order,
Fun.
yeah.
I was looking at Mike all nervous and don't bring up anything else.
Adjourn the meeting.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
All right. Good night, everyone.